Hello everyone to our next session, our first afternoon session. I hope you take a seat. I hope you all had enjoyed your lunch. My name is Dieter Reinisch. I'm a journalist, historian, and university lecturer. I guess most of you here know me from my reporting on the Palestine Solidarity Movement in Austria and Germany. And today I have the honor to host the next session. The session is entitled Decolonization and Liberation, the Relevance of Historical Models, Reflections on Liberation Struggles and What We Can Learn from Them. It's a great pleasure for me to be asked by the organizers to host particularly this session, because for several years before I became a full-time journalist, I worked in university and academia and in university research, and my main research topic was national liberation movements with a focus on Northern Ireland and their international links and the solidarity with worldwide national liberation struggles. And in my research, I extensively published on the situation in Northern Ireland, Bosnia, and Lebanon. And what we can learn still from these national liberation struggles is the lasting links with the international solidarity movement. We particularly see it in Ireland. Ireland has established links with the Palestine Liberation Organization back in the 1970s, both links in relation to the armed resistance and political solidarity. And these links still exist. When we look at the media coverage from Ireland, there is huge solidarity with Ireland. Almost all parliamentarians, all people are clearly on the side of the Palestinian liberation struggle. Through Dublin, we have weekly marches and protests with tens of thousands of people. Ireland is about to introduce the so-called occupied territories bill to ban all goods from the occupied territories. Dublin, its capital, has already passed a similar bill on a local level. And this is exactly the topic that we will discuss in this session today. It will range from the struggle, from the successful struggle against apartheid in South Africa, the struggle of Native Americans for civil rights, and so on. And all these struggles, particularly the South African anti-apartheid struggle, they are examples for our struggle against apartheid in Israel. On the podium with me today is Ronnie Barkan. He's an Israeli dissident, co-founder of Boycott from Within, and a member of Direct Action Group Palestine Action. On Nakba Day 2022, he participated in the smashing up of the UK headquarters of Israel-based Elbit Systems. Barkan focused on challenging the discourse of lies of so-called liberal Zionism, those elements who seek to lend legitimacy to the fundamentally illegitimate Zionist project in Palestine. Second speaker is Ramzi Baroud. Ramzi is a journalist, author, and the editor of the Palestine Chronicle. He's the author of 6 books. His latest book, co-edited with Ilan Pappé, is called Our Vision for Liberation, Engaged Palestinian Leaders and Intellectuals Speak Out. His other books include My Father Was a Freedom Fighter and The Last Earth. Baroud is a non-residential senior research fellow at the Center for Islam and Global Affairs. And our third speaker is Rajan Dadou. Rajan is coordinator of the South African BDS Coalition. She worked for the South African Foreign Affairs Department on the Israeli-Palestine desk and is a political counselor for the South African Embassy in Algiers. She grew up in exile and was an activist in the anti-apartheid movement and the PSC in the UK. The session will be moderated by Haim Rashid. So I want to welcome everyone on stage. You see, we have excellent panel with renowned speakers. All of them are experts in their respective fields, and I wish you all a very engaging, lively discussion where we, as activists against Zionism and apartheid, I guess, will learn a lot from it. So over to you, Chaim, now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dieter, very much. Originally, we planned to have a speaker from Sinn Féin in Ireland, one of the MPs. One became very ill, and the other one, who was supposed to be here with us, had a family problem. So we were very lucky today to have Dieter presenting the session, because he's written his PhD about the Sinn Féin resistance movement, and I've asked him kindly to say a few words about that. Without further ado, we'll have now the speakers that were already introduced. We will start with Ramzi, go to Ronnie, and then to Rashan. And I think if you could each take about 15 minutes, because in the excitement of the picture taking, we have consumed about 20 minutes.
I was told 18 minutes, and I'm going to stick to my 18 minutes. And thank you very much for conceding the first session to me. I'm not going to claim that I am going to present a unique model. I want to contend that Gaza should be studied as a separate model than all the other national liberation models that exist. And I will try to explain why in a minute. Yesterday, there was this, a lovely lady came and asked me, why is Gaza different? What keeps Gaza going? Because it really does seem totally irrational what's happening. I mean, I don't know if we can look at any historical precedent that would explain to us that what is happening in Gaza is a normal occurrence in history, because it's not. I want you to imagine, and I'm sure you already have numerous uncomfortable times, a place that is about 360 square kilometers, 181 square miles, where there are a group of people, 2.3 million people, who are trapped there, permanently trapped. The vast majority of Palestinians in Gaza are youth, and the vast majority of the people of Gaza never stepped a foot outside of Gaza. They have a unique and idealist understanding of solidarity. They see themselves as people who are connected to every global struggle around the world. I grew up in a refugee camp in which the graffiti concerning Nicaragua, the Irish struggle, pictures of Nelson Mandela, pictures of Che Guevara are dotting the gray ailing walls of the refugee camp where I lived, as is the situation anywhere in Gaza. Whenever there is an anniversary of a successful revolution, an anniversary of a martyrdom of a leader, socialist, be it Islamist from the global south or anywhere else, somehow you are going to find traces of that in Gaza. We have always been engaged to the beat of international solidarity, and we felt that we never really felt entitled to solidarity as much as we felt that solidarity is entitled to our support. So we will hold protests. We celebrated when Nelson Mandela was freed, and the media completely ignored the mass protests and celebrations and the dances of Gazans. It doesn't matter. It mattered for us. I contend that Gaza is a very unique model that deserves to be studied from now on, and seriously so. On the one hand, Gaza cannot be seen as a place of victimization. Yes, Palestinians are victims, but there is a difference of being a victim and embracing your victimhood. And Palestinians especially those in Gaza, have not embraced their role as victims. And the proof to that is that when there was the temporary ceasefire in January, which never really truly actualized, you had nearly 1 million Palestinians going back from the south to the north. No one else would have done that. They are going back knowing that most likely the war is going to start again. They are going back knowing that their homes have been destroyed. I interviewed a woman who told me that she was very happy. I spoke to her on the phone from the Shati refugee camp. She told me she was very happy to come back to her home. I said, so that's great, Mabruk, the house is still standing. She said, no, it was destroyed. I said, oh, okay, well, you will rebuild. She said, well, those who were going to rebuild have died. I think she had like four children and her husband, and they've all been killed. Then I said, I can't help but ask, why are you happy? She said, I'm happy because the whole point of what Israel has done to my family is to ensure that we leave and we never come back. And I am going back. She said, because my husband has planted several olive trees in their backyard, and she wants to make sure that the trees are okay. How do you explain that in political language? What sort of discourse, what sort of intellectual lexicon that can actually explain that people who have just been victimized by this unprecedented genocide are actually finding reasons to feel happy, to feel proud, to declare this collective act of self-assertion that they are still standing and they are still fighting. But if you look at the history of Gaza, forget about the long history of Gaza. Forget about Gaza fighting Napoleon Bonaparte as he tried to occupy the rest of Palestine. Forget about Gaza as the last standing city in the face of Alexander the Great trying to conquer the Eastern Mediterranean. Forget about that Gaza. Just the Gaza of post-Nakba Gaza. These are a group of peasants, poor people, illiterate, who have lost everything. And for us, Palestinians, especially people like me, fallahin, peasants, land is honor. Land is everything. You lose your land, you lose everything. They go into this place. I'm in the process of writing a new book about Gaza called Before the Flood. And I interviewed a group of people from Shati who are now in Khan Yunis, in Mawasi, because they have been pushed out. And they told me when their elders were dying as a result of the Nakba, they did not know where to bury them because they don't come from coastal regions. So they went and they buried them right on the beach. They didn't fully understand how the sea changes and the water goes up and down, and they woke up one morning and all the bodies were taken. All their dead were taken and swept into the sea. And I said, so what did you do? They said, well, we just found another place to bury our dead. Gaza has this ability to move on, not because they are unable to process emotions, but because they don't have time to process emotions. So they have to remain strong and steadfast at a level that, again, we cannot understand in academic language. I know that many of us use the word sumud, and sumud means steadfastness and this and that, but you have to internalize this language in Arabic, not in any Arabic, in Palestinian Arabic, to understand the connotation of the Palestinian political discourse. A term like sumud is not a sentimental term that describes the collective steadfastness of the people. It's a political term. Sumud is a political term, is a functional vocabulary that is on its own, it's enough for the people not to give up. So when the lady asked me, how do you explain this legend that is called Gaza, I wanted to explain in a language that can be relatable in English, and I really couldn't. The term muqawama, resistance. Muqawama is not translatable. quite often we kind of fall into the trap of trying to talk about what form of muqawama. Peaceful resistance, violent resistance. But the word muqawama in Arabic, it stands for itself. There are no derivatives of the word muqawama. You resist, that's what you do, and you have no other option but to resist. And this is not something that the Islamists do or the socialists do. It's not Hamas versus Fatah. Factionalism has nothing to do with it. This is a central point of unity among the Palestinian people that transcends time and place, ideology and faction. Adala, justice, is an innate term. We Palestinians, I am telling you the truth, we speak in international conferences and such about UN resolutions and humanitarian laws. Amongst ourselves, we don't. Because we already have a refined and a mature form of justice that is so deeply embedded in our society, whether we are Muslims or Christians. It is something that does not require validations, does not require citations, does not require historical references. What makes Gaza unique is the fact that Gaza should have been defeated a long time ago. Rationally, it should have been defeated a long time ago. This is why I think it was Shimon Peres. I don't know if it was Shimon Peres, but I think he was the one who said that, I wish I could wake up one morning and discover that Gaza has sunk into the sea. Was it Rabin? But they tried to sink it into the sea. There was numerous wars. Now genocide, extermination, no food, no water, no electricity, no innocence in Gaza. But they still can't sink it into the sea. What makes Gaza unsinkable? You can't tell me your leadership, because we don't have good leadership. Our leadership is in prison. Our leadership is Khaled Jarrar and Ahmed Saadat and Barghouti and individuals who have a legacy of struggle, sustainable, real struggle that is connected to the masses, and that's why they are in prison. Our leadership is assassinated constantly. They don't even allow us the time to reflect and to organize a leadership. The only leadership that is acceptable for us is the leadership that is willing to collaborate with the enemy. So obviously, Gaza is not an outcome of the work and savvy and the strategy of a visionary leadership. It's to the opposite of that. The first fighting Palestinians in Gaza were the Fidaiyin, the freedom fighters. The Fidaiyin have this kind of resonance in our history, like, oh, the Fidaiyin. The Fidaiyin were peasants. Peasants who wanted to go back to their land and to collect the crops, because most Palestinians were pushed out of Palestine during the harvest season, and they left everything behind. So they organized to go back and get their crops. And then they start fighting the Israeli army that is now at the porous Gaza border, assassinating and killing anybody who dares cross. With time, the Fidaiyin became the Palestine National Liberation Army, and the Fidaiyin became the socialist militants, and the Fidaiyin became Hamas, and the Fidaiyin became every possible manifestation. This is why it bothers me greatly when people reduce Gaza and Palestine to Hamas versus Fatah. The resistance in Gaza has preceded all of these factional affiliations. It's bigger than all of these factional affiliations. And the sad thing is that Israel sometimes knows these things and we don't. Israel has always figured out that the real enemy is the Palestinian people. This is not about Hamas, it's not about Fatah. It's about the Palestinians as Palestinians. Those tough-minded, and simply undefeatable. Because it turned out that defeat and victory is also an idea. It's a notion. If you decide that under no circumstance will I ever give up, no matter what the balances of power, no matter the firepower of your enemy, you will remain undefeated. And the Palestinians have made that decision. And from the very first day of the war, I kept saying, Gaza is not going to fall, the resistance is not going to stop. Not because I have any sort of a kind of a prophetic way of reading this, because I know the history of my people very, very well. And this is why I see Gaza as a model, because Gaza does not abide by geopolitics. Gaza does not abide by, this understanding that conflicts are essentially economic and they are related to natural resources and that sort of thing. What natural resources does Gaza have? It has none. Yes, I know there's the gas at the sea and all of that. But it's not like the Palestinians have ever controlled their natural gas or any of their resources. And what is there to fight for in Gaza anyway? I mean, the depleted uranium in Gaza is going to be there for a very, very long time. Gaza has already been declared uninhabitable by the United Nations in 2020. So what is Gaza now? But why aren't they leaving? Why are they still fighting? Why are they still strong? I lived during the first Intifada in Gaza. And my refugee camp was one of the most, one of the main platforms of the resistance. Hamas started there. The Popular Front, the socialists, were based in Nusayrat and other places. So when Israel wanted to collectively punish Nusayrat, it would be very long, perpetual punishment, weeks, if not months of military curfews. People would be shot the moment they would step outside or even dare open the windows of their homes. And yet somehow people developed, this, what we talk about, mutual aid. It is something that came innate to all of them, where young people would go in the middle of the night, they would go to the farms by the sea, they would come back with plastic bags with a cucumber, a tomato, a loaf of bread. They knew what family had children, and they would put a little bit of baby powder, and they would risk their lives. They would knock at the door and they would throw it into the courtyard of the house, and that's how we survived. That was our solidarity. We didn't even know whom should we thank for this, for our very survival. There has always been a model that is so incredible about Gaza that I feel has went underappreciated, to everybody's shock and surprise, to be honest. Even our own Palestinian intellectuals, and this is not an attempt to blame anyone in particular, this is just my reading of history, that quite often, because Gaza, we were told, is not important, Gaza has no territories and no natural resources, and Gaza is just too costly for the Israeli occupation to matter. As a result, if you look at our history books before the genocide, you're going to find that Gaza played a very, very small role in the way that history has written the struggle in Palestine. Because we talk about the territories, and we talk about apartheid, and we talk about the West Bank and the settlement, and Gaza has very little to offer regarding that. And as a result, we didn't talk about Gaza so much. And now we are all puzzled by this model called Gaza. A model that not only is exposing and defeated Zionism, but is unifying the world around the Palestinians, and is once more bringing to life the issue of the Palestinian struggle that until very, very recently, we were told, if you remember Jared Kushner, Palestinians can put up or shut up. Let the Arabs normalize, Palestinians do not matter. I don't think many people, not even in the US administration right now, would dare tell you Palestine and Palestinians don't matter. It does matter. And that's because of this place called Gaza. So we need to look at Gaza in a different way. One of the last lectures I have given in Gaza via Zoom was with a group of kids at Al-Azhar University. And the kids were asking me about the parallel between apartheid in South Africa and Gaza. And others asked about Ireland and all of that, which was great. But when I told them, I started asking the kids about where they come from, their families, where do they come from? I come from the village of Hamame, from Al-Batani, from Sawafir, from Beit Daras. And I would say, what do you know about your own village? And they were surprised that I cared. Because I'm supposed to talk about the parallels between the Palestinians and others. That is kind of the modern take on the Palestinian struggle. It has to somehow be paralleled to some other struggle for it to matter or to factor in. So I asked them about their own families, and they were a little bit surprised, and shyly they answered. And I told them so much about their own villages because I have been writing about these villages for a long time. And I told them at the end that all these parallels between you and other struggles matters, and they matter greatly. So don't ever concede on that, because that's essential for our solidarity and for locating and understanding ourselves within the global struggle. But it matters a lot more that you locate yourself in your own history, to understand who you are, where you come from, so that you will know how to proceed with the struggle. It is the legacy of your great-grandparents, grandparents, and parents that made you who you are, and that delivered you to this particular point. So you need to understand yourself within your own model, as opposed to understanding yourself within other contexts and other models. So I really hope that now, this opportunity, what happened in Gaza, and I hate to use the word opportunity, and I will stop right there, I know I exceeded my time, is that we start thinking about Gaza as a way to learn about ourselves, to learn about our own struggles, not to lecture Gaza, not to tell us what form of resistance to use or not to use, not to judge us, not to put us within comparisons, you know, the extremists on both sides, that sort of thing. It's enough with that kind of language. Let's move to a whole new language in which we accept Gaza, not just accept Gaza for what Gaza is, but accept Gaza as a model of resistance that can be used and applied in every possible situation and no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramzi, for an amazing speech. I couldn't find it in myself to stop you, and I'm glad you saved me this, because it would be terrible to not allow you to finish this. And Ramzi is one of the most illustrious sons of Gaza, a journalist that explains this in a way that we have never heard it and probably will never hear it on mainstream media. The Israelis don't understand what they are facing, and so does the rest of the world, especially the United States and UK. So thank you again for really saying it like it is. We will now go to Ronnie Barkan, my dear friend.
Thank you so much, Ramzi, for what you said, for inspiring us, and also for reflecting to me my existence as a dissident coming from that place. Because it is kind of a mirror image, in a way. The steadfastness and the inherent sense of adallah and of being on the right side of the Palestinians is totally lacking. It is totally the opposite image within Israeli society. And actually the very foundation of the Zionist race state, literally on top of and at the expense of the Palestinians, is not only about taking the land, as we know, it is also fundamentally about exclusivity. It is about creating a place for them and only for them. And the way to do that in a place that is already inhabited by other people, there's only two ways that I know of, either ethnic cleansing or genocide. Either driving away the people or getting rid of them altogether. Some people treat Gaza as basically the work that hasn't been finished. They say, Feiglin, the deputy speaker of the Knesset not too long ago, is saying that Gaza and Jaffa are simply two Jewish towns on the shores of the Mediterranean. And the only difference between them is 19 years. We should do to Gaza whatever we did to Jaffa, where 95% of its people have been ethnically cleansed. Many of them are actually refugees in Gaza today. So the type of thinking of ridding themselves of the Palestinians is, I think, part of the Israeli identity. There is no Israeli identity that is not dependent on the denial of the existence of Palestinians. And that also means the denial of some deep-rooted existence in that place that they came to inherit from other people, to take over, to not even to take over, to terraform, to not only to take, but to transform altogether. And simply, they're still trying to transform that part that they haven't managed to do. But it's also a psychological aspect. And whenever I speak about Zionism, I say that it's not about the facts. For the Zionists, it's not about the facts. It's about the psychological phenomena. And again, it's just this mirror image of everything that you just said. You know, you have the honest Zionists. The honest Zionists are the ones who acknowledge the facts, and they have no problem with that. I respect that they acknowledge the facts, and they are the ones who say, yes, ethnic cleansing is not necessarily a bad thing. They're actually quite proud of it, and we see it happening in full view these days. And the other ones that like to think that they are the good guys in the story, they have to lie to themselves every moment of every day in order to feel that they are the good people in the story. And they do not care about the facts because they cannot see the facts, because they are self-delusional all the time. Now, I intended on speaking about solidarity, not offering a solution. I am not in a position to offer a solution, but rather it was very important for me to hear what Ramzi had to offer us and then to respond to that, to correspond with that. And also to learn from the past struggles and the present struggles in other places, like in South Africa. But I was thinking that what I can say about solidarity is that possibly in every struggle, the most important thing that I have learned, being with Anarchists Against the Wall, where we used to go every week to demonstrate in the West Bank and so on, and with all kinds of other struggles, I feel that the most important thing was to have, you know, the heart in the right place, but also to put the ego on the back seat, in the back seat. Not to be led by our ego, not to be led by whatever we think that the Palestinians or whoever is oppressed have to do. So we may have our different views about, it could be anything, veganism, feminism, but when we go to participate, we become partners in the struggle by our participation, by lending our presence and voice, and in a way also acting as human shields in a way, and this is also proven to a certain degree by our participation. And slowly, gradually, things evolve. And also all of a sudden, discussions about veganism and feminism and other things happen, not as a condition, but just as a natural way of working together. So coexistence is something that is for the future or for the stories. What we are talking about right now that is needed is co-resistance. And I think we all acknowledge that. But we are resisting for the same cause, with the same values, but coming from very different perspectives. And being as one among the privileged group, that is a question. How can I participate in that? And also, what is my role? So that is kind of this thing that I think every activist coming from, you know, the white folks in South Africa, the Israeli activists, the dissidents in Palestine, etc., they have to kind of to figure out how to do that. Once we do accept this form of solidarity that really comes from the heart and really does not put ourselves at the center or at the front, then things also become very clear. Then all the other things, all the other veils of ignorance and so on just kind of drop off, because the situation is far from being complicated. It is very simple, brutal, barbaric, monstrous, but very easy to understand if we just put aside all those other things that kind of are preconceptions. And those things that we have to put aside, if we don't put them aside, I'd like to refer to some other examples in the past. I'd like to refer, for example, to the wonderful letter that Martin Luther King wrote in a letter from Birmingham prison, when he said about the white moderates, the liberal Zionists in our case. And he said that he has almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the greatest stumbling block for the black struggle is not the KKK, but actually those white moderates who for them, peace is the absence of tension, not the presence of justice. Those who think that they can dictate for the oppressed the ways and the means in which they should struggle against their oppression and the time frame in which they should do that. Those who try to dictate the time frame for another man's freedom. And I think that these are things that we try to take inspiration from, because we don't have that legacy of a struggle. We don't have that legacy within, you know, the privileged group in Palestine to hold on to. So we take inspiration from others, from Martin Luther King. I mentioned in the opening words about these wonderful flowers, and again, thank you to Marco for coming up with this wonderful idea. And we have the white roses and the yellow daffodils. The white roses to represent the anti-Nazi group, the Weiße Rose, who were struggling against Nazism and fascism and paid with their lives. The yellow daffodils to represent Marek Edelman and the people of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And he created this tradition. We would get these yellow daffodils actually by an anonymous person every Passover Eve, actually. This is when the Ghetto Uprising started. And he would lay these yellow daffodils. And it so happens that on a Passover Eve, 75 years later, Gazans went out on the Great March of Return. And again, connecting these things, Marek Edelman himself, the deputy commander of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, was a staunch anti-Zionist with a Bund. And he remained anti-Zionist, and in his later years, he also expressed his support with what he called the partisans of the Gaza ghetto. And it's very important for me to try to connect these things, rather than trying to dictate, trying to take inspiration from those other people who have fought somewhat similar conditions. When I try to compare the situation of those Zionists to other struggles, for example, the abolitionists who struggled against slavery in North America, white people who joined the black struggle in South Africa, I have one problem, which is the dissident equation, the number game. According to my calculations, we are probably the dissidents among that group of privileged Israeli Jews, whatever you want to call them. According to my math, it's about 1% of a percent, of 1% of 1% of the population. It is such a negligible, such a small number. It is a negligible few people. I understand, I don't know the exact numbers, I understand that it was about possibly 5% or so in South Africa of the white people who were in support of the anti-apartheid struggle. Again, I don't know the numbers, probably no one knows, but among the northern states, those who supported abolitionism, it was maybe 1%. We're talking about 1% of that. So again, this idea of Palestinians who will never give up on Gaza is a mirror image to me to those very, very, very few who are not there to totally erase Palestinians off the face of the earth. Because there's pretty much 99.99 whatever percent who do want to erase Palestinians off the face of the earth, because this is their thinking. This is the very type of psyche, the mental conditioning that they have, maybe this is also an explanation in a way to the way that Palestinians have this really strong sense of sumud, no matter what. And I will end with that. Thank you for letting me realize where I come from in your words.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ronnie, for keeping to time as well. And I will ask now Rajan. I know that you have a very long list of topics, and we need to hear you, but try to keep it to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers, of course, for inviting us to come from South Africa to be here amongst you at the first Anti-Zionist Jewish Congress. And so following on, which is a very, very hard thing to do from the last two speakers, I did make a very long list that I sent to Kein, but I will try very hard to keep within the time limits and maybe just indicate some of the themes, and we can, of course, raise them up further in the questions and discussions and so on. But I tried to gather my thoughts under the sort of bigger heading of solidarity and liberation from the global south. And I think the starting point for us is nothing to do with struggles being models for other struggles, but the words of Samora Machel, who said solidarity is not an act of charity, but mutual aid between forces fighting for the same objective. And I think that is the approach that we have in South Africa from the history of our struggle, and that we hope to bring to our solidarity at the moment, of course, particularly with the people of Palestine, as you know, for all the reasons that Ramsey has given as well, the situation in Gaza. But starting off from Zionism, I think we all have a consensus that Zionism is an integral component of the Western colonial project in the global south. It's not an add-on or an accidental outcome. It is an essential component of the Western colonial project in the global south. And as such, Zionism is essentially a white supremacist and therefore patriarchal political ideology. And it was born out of the science of race, things like eugenics, which served to justify racial discrimination in the interests of empire and colonial capitalism. So I think there is a consensus for once in a room around that, which is a great pleasure. So I want to start off, though, in terms of solidarity, talking about interracial solidarity, because the historical links between Zionism and apartheid South Africa predated the creation of Israel. It actually originated in the early years of the 20th century, and in particular in the friendship between British Zionist leader and later First President of Israel, Chaim Weizmann, and South African Field Marshal and later Prime Minister, Jan Smuts. And in fact, that friendship was instrumental in securing the issuance of the Balfour Declaration, and which supported, of course, in principle, the creation of Israel on Palestinian land. And so, of course, we all know later on in 1948, the year that the National Party came to power in South Africa, the same year, of course, that the State of Israel formed by the Nakba and the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people started and declared itself a state. But the National Party in South Africa had supported Hitler before and during the war. They were deeply anti-Semitic, and my mum, who grew up in the small Jewish community of Pretoria, remembered the people who then formed the National Party marching around Pretoria dressed in brown shirts, emulating exactly what Hitler was doing. And their chants and cries were against Jews. They were doing exactly, they saw themselves all the way there in South Africa at that time as emulating Hitler. So, of course, they were imprisoned during the war once South Africa joined the war on the side of the Allied forces. But after the war in 1948, they came to power and they implemented the system built on the colonial legacy of the British of apartheid. So 1948 is another connecting year. And in fact, the architect of apartheid, Prime Minister at the time, Hendrik Verwoerd, was one of the first people, I think the first person might have been a Palestinian to make the analogy between South Africa, between apartheid in South Africa and Israel. But Prime Minister Hendrik Verwoerd said Israel, like South Africa, is an apartheid state. Now he should know because he invented apartheid. And he obviously was saying it as a compliment. And somehow the National Party did an about-turn, and they, as Zionism often does, and they instantly forgot their prior anti-Semitism because Jews, under the system of racial classification of apartheid, were classified and racialized as white. And that has made a huge difference to the way in which Zionism within the Jewish community in South Africa has become, as we see now, in terms of the way that Trump is weaponizing the idea of, well, it's not really weaponizing, but using the argument of there being a white genocide in South Africa as a way of trying to belittle the fact and try and get us to withdraw the case against the actual genocide that's taking place in Gaza. Anyway, so that's how, the Jews under apartheid then benefited from the system of apartheid. They were designated as white and they enjoyed all the privileges that entails. But there was a more deeper connection between the two apartheid states. Israel was an important arms supplier to apartheid South Africa, breaking the international arms embargo, and as late as 1980, 35% of Israel's arms exports were destined for South Africa. Israel was really loyal until the bitter end to the apartheid state, even when a lot of other countries in the world had started to distance themselves. And in particular, during the 70s, they worked together very closely on their nuclear programs. And Israeli experts helped South Africa to develop at least 6 nuclear warheads. At the time when the global anti-apartheid movement had forced states to impose sanctions on the apartheid regime, Israel imported South African goods and re-exported them to the world as a form of inter-racist solidarity. And so we can see now with the threat of nuclear powers, with Israel's nuclear capabilities, nuclear weapons capabilities, I should say, how that came about. Of course, South Africa decommissioned its nuclear weapons post-1994. So I think we have to, in the framework of understanding our solidarity in the face of interracial solidarity between these apartheid states. And I think the term apartheid is still of value. It took 10 years for it to become a consensus that Israel is an apartheid state, is committing the crime against humanity of apartheid. It started in 2001. I'm sure there were people here who were at the World Conference Against Racism Civil Society Forum in Durban in South Africa, and that was, at that time, there was Palestinians that came from, I think, nearly everywhere, from 48, from the West Bank, Gaza, the refugee camps, the diaspora, and met together there. And at that moment, there was a big push and a big fight back within that conference to get the word apartheid referred to Israel as an apartheid state. But it took over 10 years before that finally now has become a consensus, and in fact, in the UN language. There were many examples, I'll rush through them, but it just recently, as 2017, you remember that Rima Hassan, who was the Secretary General for the Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, was pressurized by the current UN Secretary General to withdraw her report that accused Israel of imposing an apartheid regime on Palestinians. Now, that's pretty recently. But then there was, of course, the rush of reports, and of course it's true, people will only take it seriously when it's Western NGOs and also Israeli ones. There was B'Tselem's report, there was Human Rights Watch, and then there was Amnesty International, although each one did extend the other one further. And finally, there was Al-Haq's report, and I think that's an important one, firstly because it was a Palestinian report, but also because it describes apartheid as a tool of settler colonialism. And if you remember quite early on in Francesca Albanese's first mandate as Special Rapporteur, she made the comment that South Africa has dismantled apartheid, but not yet the underlying system of settler colonialism. And I think that's important to remember, the term of apartheid as being a tool of an underlying settler colonial system. And I think in that sense, when we talk with Palestinians, we have a discussion around what that might mean in terms of don't use South Africa as a model. Yes, to some extent, but don't do the things we did. And I think Ramsey knows those discussions that take place. And in that sense, it's, you know, obviously it's a form of our solidarity against, not as models for each other's struggles, but against the racist apartheid states' solidarities. And just to say that in terms now coming to what we can do and should be doing and could do more of, in our struggle, we identified 4 pillars of struggle. We had the underground organization, we had the mass mobilization, including the workers' trade union struggle, we had the arms struggle, and our 4th pillar was international solidarity. And without that 4th pillar, it would not have given the support to the other 3. It would not have enabled the other 3 to have continued. And I think, you know, we can see, I think we have to admit BDS is a success. I mean, we did dismantle apartheid, and that was largely due to the efforts of ordinary people around the world. Thatcher's Britain didn't want to lose its relationship with apartheid South Africa. It pushed and pushed and pushed for every conceivable way around it in terms of supporting Bantustans, in terms of all kinds of so-called compromises, getting rid of petty apartheid, as it was called. But it was people's power that pushed her. The same in America. It was Ronald Reagan. It wasn't as if this is the first time we are confronting extremely reactionary states and trying to put that pressure on them. Of course, there are many differences and there were many advantages then. There was the Soviet Union and countries in the global south that had a much stronger impact in the international system. But still, I think we have to remember it was not just some simple thing that happened. We, all of us, made this happen in the case of South Africa. And we are doing so again. I mean, if you look at the BDS successes, the dock workers in France who recently stopped 14 tons of military equipment on a ship, and the same in Morocco, dock workers taking action. Morocco, who's normalized relations with Israel, where they face not only firing from their jobs, but being imprisoned. Palestine solidarity activists, all the time they're getting imprisoned and facing all sorts of repression. In Norway, the Norwegian pension fund, the largest pension fund that disinvested. Antigua and Barbuda, who are now refusing to flag the ships that are carrying these military and dual-use items to Israel. And even the chairman of the Israeli Export Institute, Avi Balashnikov, said BDS and boycotts have changed Israel's global trade landscape. Now, we know that Israel's propped up financially, economically by America. If you take that away, Israel's collapsing economically. It's tanking. It's not sustainable in any sense or shape or form. So if we keep putting the pressure on, and obviously particularly on American companies and in America, I think we can really make an impact, even though it might feel very bleak, and even though in the face of genocide, it's very hard not to feel we need to do one thing now immediately and solve the problem. We know that unfortunately isn't possible. And I think finally, just very quickly, 3 points around the politics of liberation and what role there is for particularly organizing as anti-Zionist Jews. I think, first of all, taking action in the country where you are, because that's the exact opposite of the Zionist ideology of saying, no, you always have this country you can go to, and this is the homeland, and blah, blah, and 3,000 years or whatever the story is. And I think that's important. We take action where you are. Join BDS movements, start BDS movements, find out what universities' funds are investing in. Join the student movements in the countries and places, and everywhere is a field of struggle wherever you find yourself. And I think that, you referred to the role of Jews and white South Africans in our struggle. I mean, so take my mother. She was there growing up in this little Jewish community in Pretoria. Her family her sisters became Zionists very early on. And they moved to Israel in the 50s, and my family continues to live there. She joined the South African Communist Party. She saw that if you're going to start from the experience of the brown shirts and anti-Semitism, taking that to mean, well, why are we discriminating against people here? What does that mean for the, why do we do that? Why are we seen here as privileged whites when at the same time that's going on? And there was a disproportionate amount, there was a very small number of white people that joined the organizations like the Communist Party, but there was a disproportionately large number of them were Jews, which is just by the by. But meaning that if you're taking action in your country, as has been said, of course, by Stephen Kapo, and fighting fascism, fighting anti-racist struggles, we're still trying to take action in South Africa very quickly, although we took the case at the ICJ, which was extraordinary and brilliant. At the same time, we're not implementing the decisions that we then brought about. We're still fighting to stop South African coal going to fuel a genocide. It goes to the Israeli electricity grid, goes to fuel the illegal settlements, the military. No electricity is getting into Gaza, so it's very clear. All the coal, 700,000 tons per ship that we can track, leaving Richards Bay Coal Terminal, is going to literally fuel the genocide and illegal occupation. That's a campaign that we have found also means we can intersect our struggles with environmental activists, with mining-affected communities, and I think that sort of intersectional struggle is where we need to be taking things from where we are and joining up the dots together. Similarly, as Katie Halper mentioned in the example about struggles against ICE, and also additionally Black Lives Matter, it's not that they're being hijacked. We're not hijacking other people's struggles. We're intersecting our struggles because we're fighting for the same objective. And the second point, I'm really rushing through this, but the second point, I think, for people who are active as anti-Zionist Jews is challenging the notion of Zionism, including Christian Zionism. Because the hasbara that the Zionists are using now, particularly in Africa, is around whataboutery, but it's what about the DRC? What about Sudan? You don't care about the struggles in your own continent. Why do you care about Palestine? And this is said by people like vice-chancellors of universities who are managing to block Senate resolutions on the academic boycott. And of course the answer is we're intersecting our struggles, which we are. We're intersecting our struggles with migrant communities, with the Congolese Solidarity Campaign in South Africa, with Sudanese as people in South Africa drawing the links, trying to see how these struggles come together. And of course they are raising up the issue of Palestine because they understand the struggle. But that's the current hasbara that we need to deal with. And in fact, the biggest challenge is Christian Zionism and the way in which churches, the traditional churches, are not taking a stand on Palestine. That's affecting, or that's the biggest challenge to growing a broader solidarity movement. And if you look at that Pew poll, look at the 3 African countries, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, and see what you think. I have to wind up now. Finally, rejecting any kind of ethno-nationalist ideas like Bantustan's, and I consider the 2 states so-called solution to be a Bantustan. I think, just to say, the conference coming up in the UN this week, in which countries are going to be, all of our state parties will be just debating a 2-state solution. I don't think, we should use the language of solution. We should use the language of liberation. We're supporting the Palestinians in their struggle for liberation, and that means the right of return. And that does not mean that we look at ways in which recognizing their different, new ways of recognizing Israel. Now, we also have to make the difference between Eretz Israel and liberated Palestine. It's obvious, but when it comes to the current moment where the states are trying to shore up the dead-in-the-water 2 states so-called solution, and I read that Trump is saying to states, boycott the UN 2 states. I don't know if that's true. I saw some headlines saying that. Then we have to make the difference that we stand for liberated Palestine. We stand for what the Palestinians' right to self-determination and their right to return, and nothing else will do. And we will keep fighting, not only to end the genocide and the ceasefire, but also to dismantle the system of apartheid and the underlying settler colonial Zionist project that underpins it. Thanks.
Thank you, Rashan. You can never stop a seasoned activist in mid-flow, and you have managed to get all your points in. So this is incredible. I just want to make two very short points before I give you the chance to ask questions. Let us remember that Palestine is the last, not just the latest, but certainly, we hope, the last settler colonial state. They have had a lot to learn from many other settler colonial projects. So, but so have the Palestinians. So what we can say for sure is that Palestine is unique, Gaza is unique. It is not like any other struggle. It is also the test of humanity. The litmus test of humanity in the 21st century is what we do about Gaza, and it's not a test we can fail, and our leadership has failed it totally until now. And on a day that they are bringing the destruction to other places, we need to call for the end of Zionism in a clear manner like never before. So I will open the floor to questions, and I think we have not more than about 18 minutes. And please, let's have the microphones in place.
Thank you so much. So you heard, we only have 18 to 20 minutes. Keep them short and safe. Thank you.
Hello. I would like to ask what I wanted to ask actually before, and it's great that you're here from South Africa. What is the lesson Palestinian, or what should Palestinians take from the South African struggle, like after the apartheid? What was the biggest mistake? I think there was this economic problem that without economic, reparations, you cannot really get this inequality from the system. So if you can elaborate on that, and if there's something else with getting rid of apartheid, Palestinians should watch out for. It's not.
Thank you. Short. I'll be starting at the back and coming to the front. My partner is not here. So please keep short question. Thank you.
I'll try. Thank you so much. It was learned a lot and very inspiring. Ramses, you said it was figured out that Palestinian people are the enemy. And just to go back a little bit, so who are the? I need to explain the question. So sorry, and I try to be short. So who are our enemies? This is also very important. And so when we think, these enemies are not only asocial. When I think about world leaders, they are antisocial, anti-communal, and I can continue. You know, some leaders, world leaders, even said that society doesn't even exist, right? Which a little bit goes onto the level of individualism and ego as such. The question is, when we think about Palestinian people as now as a kind of a essential people among many peoples, And the question is,
Thank you.
And the question is, to what extent do you think that, we can think that we the people, this sentence about we the people, that we identify much more with the Palestinian people? As I'm trying to explain the question because it has a long thing, but how, if you understand, so to what
Time.
To what extent do you understand, the we the people as the Palestinian people?
Hello. I have a very simple question, which is kind of related, but I'm wondering maybe what is the enemy instead, rather than who, and if identity or ideology is getting in the way.
Hi, thanks a lot for all the contributions from the speakers. My question would be if from the past liberation struggles, anti-colonial struggles, in how far, Rushan mentioned the need for intersectional struggle, in how far do you see the need for being clearly anti-capitalist in all liberation and anti-colonial struggles?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I don't want to be a party pooper, but I was very upset to hear what about the DRC. I do not think that Palestine is unique. The Congo has been struggling since colonialism. We had the first genocide, now we have the second genocide. We're talking 15 million dead since 1996, and it's very sad to say that Mandela participated in this regime change, in this US regime change in 1996. So my question really is, what about the DRC, and why is there no more solidarity with a clear neo-colonialism in Africa, which is beyond comprehension for many of us, because what's happening today in Congo is exactly what is happening in Palestine.
I have a question. Sorry. I wanted to ask, I think considering the history of the PLO, I'll be short, is there a chance that there will be some kind of new unified force for the Palestinians that can lead the struggle and unite the four pillars that were mentioned and unite us and help us to be a more effective solidarity by having clear Palestinian leadership beyond what we all recognize as the BDS? Do we have a chance of seeing that in the next 5-10 years?
Thank you.
I have a question to Roshan. Can you give some examples, elaborate on how you incorporate intersectionality in our struggle?
Thank you. Any more questions?
Hi. We've been talking about parallels to Gaza. There's nothing the same as Gaza. There are things that might be as bad as. One of the parallels to Gaza that I think about is the Western Sahara, and I wonder whether the panel would like to comment on Morocco's support for Israeli occupation and genocide in Gaza in return for Western approval of their occupation of the Western Sahara and actually the latest UK government deal with Morocco.
And Spanish government.
Hello, my question is regarding the current situation in Gaza and also the total siege now of the West Bank. Do you think there's some kind of a chance of, like, people have been speculating for a couple of weeks and months and over again of a third intifada, and if it's like too late for an intifada, for a third one, or it's like that no intifada is, well, at least not from occupied Palestine, but from outside?
Thank you.
I have a question about German society. About 80% of all Germans are against what Israel is doing, and yet how do we motivate them to start boycotting, start being more active? Like, how do we get them more involved, if that is even possible?
That's for the next panel.
Oh, sorry.
About sanctions.
That's for the next panel. Do we have time? Do we need more questions, or do we have enough? Enough.
Well,
okay.
One short question for my Brazilian comrade here. She asks, how is the standing of the population of Gaza regarding the resistance forces and fighters?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the questions. I'm sorry, not everybody can ask their questions. Sorry for that.
Thank you. So you have quite a lot of questions to consider. Please, each of you, choose what you want to relate to in about 4 minutes, and then I'll give you another chance to round up. Who wants to speak? Who wants to start? Yeah.
So just because there's not enough time to address various questions separately, so I'm just gonna try to touch on various issues very quickly, and I might inject a couple of things that nobody asked about, but it's my underhanded way of trying to get my point across. I remember there was this interview that Noam Chomsky conducted with David Barsamian, a great independent broadcaster, during the Iraq invasion 2003. David Barsamian asked Chomsky, he says, what can people do to stop the war? That was just before the war started. What can people do? And Chomsky wouldn't answer that question. He said, in many parts of the world, when people are facing any kind of injustice, they never ask what to do, they just do it. Okay? In Gaza, we don't ask what do we do when we are being invaded, we just resist. In every part of the world, especially in the global south, you are being colonized, you fight colonialism, you are being occupied, you fight occupation. There is a system of apartheid, you work to dismantle it, and so forth and so on. I understood Chomsky's answer as, we should not have the privilege to be standing and just trying to reflect on what can be done under the circumstances. The reason that we often do is maybe because we are not informed of our relationship with that struggle. Maybe we don't feel close enough to it. Maybe we are worried about our own socioeconomic position in society, and we don't want to lose or compromise or pay a price like a lot of people are being held accountable for their solidarity with Gaza right now. And there's a lot of genuine fear out there. So the moment we start reflecting too much on what we do, maybe we should be reflecting on the bigger question, is why haven't we already done it? In my first visit to, I'm gonna try to avoid eye contact there, so otherwise you're gonna try to tell me how much time I have left. My first visit to South Africa, I was approached by two black men who did not seem to be part of that conference. They were wearing military fatigues that seemed quite tattered and old. And then they came and they wanted to talk to me. And I said, oh, but we can talk after the conference. They are working men. They said, we need to get back to work. We just want to thank you for everything you have done for South Africa. I thought there was some kind of a misunderstanding. Why thank me personally? And what have we done for South Africa? When they explained that they were trained by Yasser Arafat's Fatah movement in Algeria during the years of the underground anti-apartheid military struggle. And they said these uniforms were given to us by the PLO. That was a time that the PLO was not only a unifying figure for the Palestinian people, but it was teaching solidarity and building solidarity at a global scale. That was before all the academics and the politicians and the activists of today were even involved. Palestinians and South Africans and Algerians and Vietnamese and everybody else were already doing it. So this is something that I feel like is so important that we need to reflect on the longer history of cooperation and struggle. And the most beautiful kind of struggle is the struggle that happens organically, that does not to be taught. People don't need to be confronted. I have friends from Kashmir, and we try to do as much as we can, considering what's happening in Gaza, to teach the world about what is happening in Kashmir. But sometimes I feel like there is this accusatory language. Like, we have done a lot for Palestine, why aren't Palestinians reciprocating? And it doesn't work that way. It's not a tit for tat. It's not a shaming game. We are all in this together. We fight together, we win together, we lose together, and hopefully we'll always win together. And my last point, we were asked about the enemy. Who is the enemy? Who is the enemy of the Palestinian people? Well, one of our greatest intellectuals of all time, Ghassan Kanafani, has already told us who are the enemies of the Palestinian people. You have imperialism and Zionism, and by the way, according to Kanafani, who was assassinated by the Mossad in July 1972, according to Kanafani, imperialism and Zionism are not two separate elements. They are exactly the same, and that's how Palestinians have always understood it. The second enemy are the corrupt Arab regimes, and that remains the case until today. Right now, you have thousands of activists from 80 different countries in Egypt trying to get to Gaza right now, and the Sisi's regime has unleashed his thugs against those activists to prevent them from getting to the Rafah point. The enemy of the 1930s remains the enemy until this day. And the third enemy is the feudalist Palestinian, landowners of back in the day, who stood with colonialism against the Palestinian peasants. And that remains our corrupt Palestinian Authority until today. So the enemy has always been the enemy. I think I will stop here just because I by far exceeded my time, but I thank you very, very much for your patience, for your solidarity, and for all the amazing work that you do for Palestine.
So just to answer the question, well, in fact, two of them all together. Intersectionality precisely means standing with other people's struggles. And as the quote from Sir Maura Machel I mentioned in the beginning, solidarity is not an act of charity, but as Ramsey was saying, mutual aid between forces fighting for the same objective. And I agree, and I'm glad you mentioned it, the history of our struggles in the continent. And in fact, the role Yasser Arafat played in bringing the African liberation movements and the Palestinian liberation, PLO at the time, together was something that people really remember through a joint history of struggle. But in terms of intersectional campaigns now, what I am saying is you can also challenge the Zionist narrative that is a Christian Zionist narrative, because it's the same Zionist Hasbara, just being manipulated and weaponized differently. And I think it is important for anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionist Jews in the West to do that. Because whilst we get accused of, that's the whataboutery that the Zionists use. What about the Sudan? What are you doing? Why are you talking about Palestine? What are you doing about the Sudan? What are you doing about the DRC? These are places close to hand. They are not doing anything at all themselves, obviously. And in fact, Israel is selling weapons, Elbit system weapons, to both the DRC and to the Rwandan government, which goes to the M23 rebels. Look at the role that the UAE played in trying to broker that normalization deal with Israel under the military government there. And now look at the mess that's going on in the Sudan, and as you mentioned, the mess that's going on in the DRC. The hand of Israel is all over every conflict, every repressive regime in our continent. In Kenya, the paramilitary police were trained by the Israelis. Those paramilitary police, recently when there was an anti-austerity demonstration, people disappeared and bodies were found randomly. You know, they're in it together. So that's what I'm saying. It's one struggle that we are fighting. And if we counter the Zionist lies that, what about this? You know, why are you caring about Palestine and not this and not that? They're closer to home. We're trying to say we are, and working with the Congolese Solidarity Campaign, working with other solidarity movements, because they all understand the centrality of Palestine. They understand that if we lose Palestine, we all lose, because those authoritarian regimes, those conflicts that are created in our continent are because Israel is, it's not just an offshoot, it is part of the colonial imperial project. So if you want to get extract stuff from the DRC, if you want to extract stuff from all our countries, yes, Israel's a perfect vehicle for doing that. And that's why the Western countries, particularly the European countries, are going to argue at the end of the week that you can salvage a two-state solution and you can talk about recognizing a Palestinian state. Because what they're really saying is we're recognizing the Israeli state. They're not saying that we recognize the Palestinians' right to self-determination, the right to return, and the right to liberation from the river to the sea, are they? And so I think another thing we can do is challenge that, challenge our government, stand up and say, no, we reject Bantustans. We saw what happened. The only country in the world that recognized internationally the Bantustans in South Africa was Israel. They had embassies, supposedly embassies there. There were flags flying in Katznelson Street or whatever it's called, Dizengoff Street, the main street in Tel Aviv, of embassies of our Bantustans. No one else in the world recognized them. So why should we recognize Bantustans anywhere else? We can see what that's getting at. So I think there's a lot we can do, and a lot of people in the West are speaking up as anti-Zionist Jews can do to assist and to join the struggles, literally join up the struggles that we're fighting in South Africa and in our continent.
I will just add one or two things to the list of who or what is the enemy. And I would say it is the propaganda machine, the discourse of lies, pretty much the entirety of mainstream media. I would say almost every article written on Haaretz newspaper, which is supposedly progressive, etc., is peddling this discourse of lies, which is a real danger to move forward. That discourse of lies, for example, when we talk about apartheid, and we mentioned that, and there have been, as far as I know, 8 apartheid reports published. I actually created a table to compare the different reports. Only 3 of them actually discuss, as far as I'm concerned, Israeli apartheid. Because only 3 of them take into account the entirety of Palestine, which is under apartheid since the very creation of that Zionist race state, where more than half of all Palestinians cannot even go back to Palestine for one and only one reason, because they were born into the wrong ethnicity. And so these, we have to be kind of critical also about those who seem to be allies, seem to be pro-Palestinian, but are not fully there. We have to challenge at some point and to say, no, like if you are opposed to apartheid only in '67, only in the later occupation, the later settlements, the later form of apartheid, it's simply not good enough. It's not even the most part of apartheid. And I also challenged actually 3 UN special rapporteurs on that, on their perception of apartheid, and insisting on exactly what I told you today, that it is the entire story of apartheid. And apartheid is only one of many, many crimes that the Zionist race state is responsible for. We have to be very clear with a message, with what is the crime and what is the solution to that crime. And the solution is not tweaking the system, it is abolishing that system. You cannot tweak slavery, you could not tweak apartheid in South Africa. It's not about bettering the situation in the Bantustans. It is about abolishing that system of oppression, domination, and terror. Now, what can we do? There's plenty of stuff that we can do. They've got the bombs, we've got the people. We've got the hearts. We had 1 million people on the streets of London, more than once. The problem is, again, with the messaging, with what is it that we are demanding. When 1 million people chant ceasefire now, that is simply not good enough. It's not even a demand. We need much more than that. If only 1% or less than that took some form of a direct action, we could literally shut down that business of war that is happening in the UK. I personally joined a direct action group called Palestine Action. We went to smash up Elbit Systems headquarters, and they are doing it over and over and over again. It requires from us to be focused. It requires us to be consistent about it. It's not a one-off action. It is something that needs to happen again and again. And yes, sometimes people have to put themselves on the line, at least put their liberty on the line. When we put our liberty on the line, that also creates a dilemma for the other side, for the media. Why are these students in these Ivy League, universities putting their prestige on the line? Why are these, relatively elite activists in the UK, again, putting themselves on the line? This creates a dilemma, and that is important. And one more thing about direct action. In more usual times, I would say, okay, we can have civil disobedience. We are far from being in usual times. Direct action is something that is needed. It is essential. Is it enough? Probably not. But it is one tool that we have, and we can all do something. Direct action delivers the goods. We go to the source, and the difference between demonstrating and direct action is that demonstration is like asking the government, to deliver water. Direct action is digging the well and daring them to stop you. So this is what we do. We create the positive facts on the ground, we stop the negative crime, and we challenge this all the way to the courts and wherever that may take us. But we know that we have the people on our side, we have truth and justice on our side, and we will eventually be successful.
Is this working? I just thought I'll remind you that of the Jewish speakers at this Congress, practically everyone was arrested by the police in one country or another, and some of them in more than one country. This is the kind of example that we need to set up. Jews in Britain, I don't know the numbers in other countries, are 40 times more likely to be arrested by London police than any other citizen. Jews are a small minority, but they have been arrested in enormous numbers, and most of us are still facing so-called justice in our countries. This is an injustice, but we have to accept this, we have to expect it, and we have to use it. And I think that's what we were told now by a very courageous person that joined Palestine Action and spent quite a lot of time in jail, and it's not finished yet. So thank you, dear panel, for an excellent presentation, and please thank the panel before we actually go directly to the other panel, because we are 1 hour and 15 minutes late, I'm told. Okay. We come back at 5. Thank you very much. Thank the panel.
Hallo, hallo. Yes, danke. I would ask the speakers to please come on stage and the organizers to also come on stage. All the speakers, please come on stage, and the organizers. We have about 5 minutes for the speakers to come on stage. All of you, please, for a family photo, a family gathering. The speakers and the organizers, the staff, please. The staff is called to come on stage. The speakers and the staff. Kann jemand Dalia von oben holen, bitte? Die ist da oben. Ja. Ich mach die. Ja, geht schon, geht schon. Yes. So the staff and the speakers, please come on stage. All staff and speakers. Un poquito. Yes, please come on stage. Staff on stage, please. Speakers and staff. Pardon. Oh là là, pardon. On stage. Es wird ein Familienfoto gemacht. Speaker? Oh, okay. But still.
Yeah, come.
No.
You come.
Staff on stage. Staff and speakers, all staff and speakers, please on stage. Dalia, auch du. Achtung. Bitte, yes, after you. No. Staff on stage, please. Ilan is upstairs.
No, he's not.
Irina, Ilan, ich glaube, der ist oben. Hamid, servus. Okay. Let me see outside. I'll check outside.
Aber nein, er hat keins mehr. Ilan, Papa. Is Ilan here? No. Yeah, but where's Ilan? Without Ilan, I'm not moving anywhere. Ilan, Papa. Did anyone see Ilan? Ilan. He's coming. Hey. Not going anywhere without moving, huh? Moving?
Even schärfer.
Sie fehlt auch, oder?
Entschuldigung. Ja. So, gegen den Uhrzeigersinn. Das ist das. Wir machen gerade Foto, ich muss warten. Fotosession.
So please, we need to start. Can you please sit down? And we will start this session.
Comrades, could you please all proceed back to your place so that we can start with the next panel? Thank you.
Okay, I know that this is a long day. We have one important session right now. My name is Stéphane Jouteux. I am from France. Before starting this session, entitled Against Zionism and Imperialism, the Move to Ending Impunity, Implementing Sanctions, as a French trade unionist, I would like to pay tribute to the dock workers of France, Italy, and Greece who refused to load the containers full of weapon spare parts on the ships heading to Israel. To pay tribute to the Union of the Employees of the Airport Platform of the Charles de Gaulle Airport of Paris, who refused to load the shipment of weapons on board an aircraft heading to Israel to fuel the war and the slaughter of the Palestinian children. We need more of this in every country, everywhere, because it demonstrates that the labor movement has the capacity to effectively implement an arms embargo when the governments fail to implement meaningful sanctions, when they do not support directly or more insidiously the continuous massacres. As the spokesperson of the Italian dock workers in Genoa in Italy said 2 days ago, we believe that mobilization on a European and international scale is the only thing that can stop the war. And that is exactly what thousands of people are doing right now as we speak, marching in the streets of our cities in Europe and worldwide. I will now hand over to the speakers, starting with Peter Eisenstein, who is Deputy Chair of the Norwegian Peace and Justice Party, Honorary President of the European Alliance in Defense of Palestinian Detainees, and a member of the Norwegian Jewish Voices for a Just Peace.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It is an honor to be on this panel and have the opportunity to speak with all of you about confronting impunity and building political action, but I'm going to do so talking about Norway. As Stefan mentioned, I am a member of the Norwegian organization Jewish Voices for Just Peace, but we are a group that runs on consensus, and I speak for myself, not for the group. But I do speak for my political party, the Freedom and Justice Party, which is Norway's only anti-Zionist and anti-imperialist party. Zionism is a strong ideology in Norway, much stronger than the relatively few number of Jews might suggest. The total number of Jews living in Norway varies by definition. About 1,300 Norwegians identify as Jewish, but according to the Israeli citizenship law, under the law of return, that number more than doubles to about 3,000. We all know the reason why there are so few Jews in Norway. Of a pre-war population of about 2,100, fewer than half survived. Norway gave up its Jews to the Germans. Denmark, by comparison, had about 8,000 Jewish people living in Denmark at the time of the Holocaust. During the Holocaust, about 100 Danish Jews were killed. The Danes did not give up their Jews to the Germans. Today, Norway is famous for being a nation of peace. And the good news is Norway is a strong supporter of Palestine. For example, since 2002, Norway has maintained an official ban on arms exports to Israel. This is because Norway considers Israel to be an occupying power. The official trade statistics reflect this. There have been no arms exports to Israel in the last 20 years. Last year, the Norwegian government recognized the nation-state of Palestine. In January this year, Norway hosted the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution. Palestinian Prime Minister Mohammed Mustafa was the guest of honor. In Norway, demonstrations in Oslo are regularly held, usually marching from the parliament, past the royal castle, through the city streets, ending up at the Israeli embassy with constant shouts of, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." In contrast to many other European nations, the police in Norway coordinate closely with us. They stop traffic so that we may march uninterrupted. This all sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Perhaps a little too good to be true. As mentioned, Norway is a country known for peace. Therefore, it might come as a surprise to some of you to learn that last year, 2024, Norway ranked number 9 in total arms sales. By comparison, Israel ranked number 8. But given Norway's size, Norway only has about 5.5 million people. Given Norway's size, Norway certainly ranks in the top 3, if not number 1, in arms sales per capita. That's no small feat for a country world-renowned for peace. But then there's the ban on arms exports to Israel. Well, most Western nations, Norway too has good lawyers, the best of whom are very adept at finding loopholes for the weapons manufacturers that they represent. So while Norway has an official ban on direct arms sales to Israel, Norwegian weapon manufacturers have no trouble at all selling massive amounts of weapons and war machinery to Israel. For example, the vaunted Israeli Air Force would not fly very far without essential parts from Norway for their jet fighter engines, the F-35, F-135, and F-136. One of these Norwegian companies, the Kongsberg Group, collaborates with the Israeli arms company Rafael on the production of spike missiles which are used in Gaza. Then there is Nammo. Nammo is the Nordic Ammunition Company. Nammo's subsidiary, Nammo Tally, manufactures the M72 light anti-tank weapon, which is used extensively in Gaza. Another example is the M141 bunker defeat munition, a disposable, single-shot, shoulder-fired rocket launcher. In October 2023, nearly 2,000 of these were shipped from Nammo to Israel. Nammo is co-owned 50% by the Norwegian government, that's the Norwegian people, plus 50% by a Finnish company called Patria. But if you look at the company filings, you'll see that the Finnish company, Patria, is owned roughly 50% by the Kongsberg Group, which means that Nammo is basically 75% in Norwegian hands. But weapon sales is not the only category in which Norway punches above its weight. Raise your hand if you've heard of Norges Bank Investment Management, or NBIM, Norges Bank Investment Management. 2 people, okay, 3 people. NBIM is a standalone company within the Norwegian Reserve Bank, Norges Bank, and it is responsible for managing the government pension fund Global. You know it as the Norwegian Oil Fund. The Norwegian Oil Fund owns close to 2% of all listed stocks globally. Another thing to think about, fewer than 6 million people own 2% of the world's stocks. Luckily, for Palestinians, the oil fund follows comprehensive ethic guidelines established by the Norwegian parliament. Companies may be excluded from the oil fund if there's an unacceptable risk that they contribute to or are responsible for serious human rights violations. The guiding principles of the fund are transparency, accountability, and ethical standards and responsible investment. The Council on Ethics is an independent body and assesses companies and makes recommendations for exclusion. Now, when it comes to the ethical standards and responsible investment, the Council is known to act swiftly to world events. So, for example, NBIM, within a week of Russia's unprovoked invasion of the Ukraine, within weeks, NBIM divested itself of all Russian stocks and assets. But Israel is different. As we speak, the Norwegian Oil Fund holds stock in more than 70 Israeli companies, including RTX, which even made the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights list of 112 companies whose activities under international law raise particular human rights concerns. Of course, the other 2 points, transparency and accountability, are also important. On March 20th of this year, the state pubcaster NRK hosted a debate focused on the Norwegian Oil Fund and its holdings in Israeli companies. Now, normally politicians fight to get onto this debate program. It's a chance for them to present their party's political policies and for them to shine as politicians. But to quote the moderator of the debate, it is remarkable that no public official from the finance department, from the Norwegian bank, no one from NBIM, no one from the oil fund, not even the oil fund chief Nicolai Tangen, would agree to participate to explain the management of our public investments. This is Norway. That is the way it is in Norway, unquote. As you might have gathered, the Ethics Council itself is a bit of a joke. It is not as if they review companies the oil fund is considering to purchase. They review companies only after the oil fund has purchased them. Excuse me. Much better. So, to quote a headline from the left-wing newspaper Klassekampen, the United Nations warned that the oil fund stock holdings could cause Norway to contribute to crimes against humanity. Then the fund bought billions more. At present, Norway has a Labour government, and the complicity of Norway in the genocide can be seen in their actions just last week. The Norwegian parliament, led by the Labour Party, voted down a proposal to have the oil fund divest from Israeli companies. No one even bothers to talk about weapon sales anymore. To be fair, the Norwegian government is not completely passive. Just 4 days ago, last Tuesday, Norway sanctioned the Israeli ministers Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. According to the government website, quote, "The sanctions mean that the two ministers are denied entry to Norway," unquote. That's gotta hurt, right? Be it Jews during the Nazi Holocaust or Palestinians today during this Zionist genocide, Norway proves that talk is cheap. The hard business of money over principles has rarely been seen in such stark relief as in Norway today. Now, does this make Norwegian politicians Zionists? I would argue that it does. If not in word, if not in deed, then certainly, if not in word, then certainly in deed. And words don't matter that much to the dead anyway. So when speaking about how to confront impunity and build international pressure through sanctions and political action, my suggestions are not aimed at Israel, not even at the United States, because I believe genocide changes things. Boycotts are good against apartheid, but this is genocide. Divestment and sanctions are good against ethnic, but this is genocide. To paraphrase the title of Chaim's wonderful book, "Genocide is a crime like no other." Writing in 1964, the German philosopher Hans Magnus Enzensberger said, quote, "Yesterday's final solution has been accomplished. Tomorrow's final solution is still being prepared. Neither will be the work of individuals, but the work of all. Or it will not be. Without the powerless, the powerful are powerless," unquote. I believe his words were as true then, prophetic even, as they are today. Who are the powerless today? The leaders of our European nations, most if not all of whom are but lackeys to U.S. Change the microphone, okay. Oh, thank you. So just this one on, okay. So who are the powerless today? The leaders of our European nations, most if not all of whom. Third time's a charm. Who are the powerless today? Apparently this microphone. The leaders of our European nations, most if not all of whom are but lackeys to US imperialism, for which Zionism is but a tool. Until now, being useful idiots of empire has not come at a price for our political and industrial leaders. Indeed, they profit from it. As we all know, the July 19th, 2024 advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice obligates member states to take all measures to prevent genocide. Across the board, our leaders have failed in the duty of non-recognition, the obligation to cease aid or assistance, and the positive obligation to cooperate in ending violations. This means that our leaders' actions, and more importantly, their inaction, can be punished by the same laws that they apply to others. We cannot prevent this genocide, but we can stop it from getting worse. But what we must do is to punish the criminals who are guilty of this crime. Therefore, my suggestion for action is to follow the precept of Scottish conservationist Patrick Geddes: think globally, act locally. Today's standard where our laws do not apply to us must end. And with Palestine in mind, the entire West is guilty, and we must act as citizens. Instead of tilting at windmills, we must aim at our local leaders who commit these crimes in our name. Because unless we punish these criminals, our criminals, in each our own Western country, our leaders over whom we are meant to have democratic control, unless we punish them, then this crime will be repeated. And if we fail, thank you. But if we fail, if these criminals, our criminals, do not face justice, then we will indeed all be guilty of the next crime against humanity, which is being prepared and is sure to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. I will now introduce our next speaker, Professor Chaim Breshit Zabner. He is a filmmaker and historian. His book includes the best-selling Introduction to the Holocaust and An Army Like No Other, which I warmly recommend. His films include the BBC Two State of Danger. Chaim is the founder of the Jewish Network for Palestine.
Thank you for inviting me. Before I start reading my talk, I want to say something which is so obvious that it wasn't said. We've been here 2 days, and before, like in the last few months when we designed this Congress, those of us who are not from Austria, but from other countries, asked the Austrian organizers, are we going to be safe? Are we going to be allowed to speak? Are we going to be allowed to speak by the police, by the Zionists, by the local authority, by the owners of the hall? And they said to us, don't worry, we've organized it and we will be allowed to speak. Well, this is not an obvious, it's not an obvious thing. So thanks for the organizers for making it safe for all of us. My talk is the time for action is now. In 1948, almost 3 years after the creation of the United Nations, 2 apartheid states were also created. One was South Africa, the other was Israel. Both regimes have treated apartheid very differently, though. The South African government passed its apartheid legislation in the full light of global media interest, constructing a legal wall separating black from white. It was totally unapologetic about apartheid. Israel took a very different line, claiming to be a democracy. But within months of its existence, 800,000 Palestinians were expelled from their homes, towns, villages, fields. This was caused by Resolution 181 in November 1947, partitioning Palestine between its indigenous population and the Zionist colon. It was most unforgivable error in the history of the UN, rash, unfair, and precipitous, giving 55% of Palestine to a third of the population who weren't born there and didn't belong there and didn't own it, causing the Nakba. After the resolution, Zionist militias stormed Tiberias, Haifa, and Jaffa, expelling Palestinians before the beginning of the war. Britain did nothing to stop it. The Palestinian population of most towns were expelled by the Zionist forces before a single Arab army moved to defend them. 2/3 of Palestine was lost before Israel was even created. Yeah, in the months between the resolution passing and the end of the mandate, 2/3 of Palestine was lost. Israel took 78% of Palestine and made 2/3 of the population into refugees. Those who managed to remain in their homes were placed under military judicial regime, which is another way of describing militarized apartheid. After the war, the UN realizing its fatal mistake, passed Resolution 194, requiring Israel to allow all the Palestinian refugees to return. Israel, less than a year old, brazenly refused. This was the gravest defiance of the UN in its short history, and its dark shadow is still over Palestine and over all of us. Instead of applying sanctions to Israel, the UN did nothing. This remains the pattern to this day. Since then, both the United Nations General Assembly, the United Nations Human Rights Council, and the UN Security Council passed numerous resolutions on Israel-Palestine. 60% of all UN resolutions, more than all on the other topics combined. In other words, just think about it. This conflict has taken 60%, more than 60% of the UN time since 1946. Now, of all the resolutions criticizing countries, demanding remedial actions, half are about Israel. One would correctly concur that Israel is the main business of the UN since 1948. Most Palestinians are still under genocidal military rule starting then. Despite this, the UN has avoided any sanctions against Israel. While the West, led by the US, automatically vetoes Security Council resolutions against Israel, it cannot veto, there's no veto on UN General Assembly resolutions. Did you know that? These resolutions constitute international law. In 1974, the UN General Assembly voted to suspend South Africa for the crime of apartheid. It was passed by a large majority, 91 for, 22 against. Who were the 22? No mistake. Most of the West voted against, led by the US, UK, and France. South Africa was only readmitted in 1994 under President Mandela. This sanction was never used against Israel. Indeed, Israel committed every imaginable war crime, knowing it enjoys total impunity, and it was right. The West is acting against the rest, shielding, protecting, supporting, and arming Israel in whatever it does: ethnic cleansing, illegal settlement, denying rights to millions of Palestinians, combining genocide and starvation, destruction of medical, educational, and religious sites, bakeries and water facilities, and most housing, of course. Most housing in Gaza, about 90%, was already destroyed. I wrote this paper a week ago, and the numbers then of dead were over 200,000. The numbers this week, since I've written it, are between 400,000 and 500,000 of Gazans that were destroyed, that were killed. This is, we're talking about 2.3 million. A number of us use that million. Actually, there are less than 2 million people now in Gaza. South African apartheid was severe denial of human rights to millions, but it did not involve anything like what Israel is doing in Gaza. This did not start in October the 7th, but goes back decades. If suspending South Africa was necessary in 1974, how much more is Israel's removal from the UNGA justified today? Think about it. Why is this not taking place? Why is the country defying all UN resolutions immune from sanctions? It's not a simple question to answer. Why was the protection force never placed to protect Palestinians? It was placed in Lebanon, It was placed between Israel and Jordan, and Israel and Syria, and Israel and Egypt. For many decades, there were protection forces of the UN. Why were the Palestinians never protected by a UN force? Israel is also an associate member of the EU. I'm an academic, and I know that they receive billions every year from various EU research funds, and that Israel is receiving more than half of the actual members of the EU, countries that you come from. Especially, Israel is receiving more money than Norway, which we just heard about. This goes on since 2000. Israel memberships as an associate member is against the EU own rules. Those rules do not allow to appoint to membership countries that are not, and we're not talking about genocide, we're talking about oppressive regimes, denial of rights. Genocide is not even mentioned in the regulations, because when they wrote the regulation, it was unbelievable that a country committing genocide will be a member of the EU. So, what more needs to happen for the EU to apply its own rules? We should ask, each of us living in an EU country, should ask our government, what are you bloody waiting for? What more? Israel is the only nuclear state with impunity from the Atomic Non-Proliferation Treaty. This week, we understand this very well. Free from inspection by the IAEA, while all realize that it has some 300 nuclear devices. This is illegal, but Israel is safe, knowing that nothing will happen. Why? Why is Israel, with 300 nuclear devices, is financed by the West to attack a country without any nuclear device? What is going on? Israel is also in clear violation of every international agency rules. UNRWA, UNESCO, and many others are obvious examples in the UN, yet never faced any sanctions. This allows it to break every law in the book, yet remain scot-free. Any legal system which accepts its laws defied over 8 decades without applying sanctions is totally redundant. Any legal system which allows you to do anything you want, it says you can't kill, but if you kill, nothing happens to you, is nonsense, yeah? Israel occupies more than Palestine. It occupies Western political power, all who are its partners in crime. It totally undermines international law and the UN itself, emptying it of any meaning. And to end, why is Israel doing all that? Because it can, because we allow it, because we don't do anything when it breaks the law. Because the imperialist West protects it from justice. A week into Russia's attack on Ukraine, it faced the most severe sanctions the West could apply. Why on earth is Israel immune from any legal redress? Why, when the ICC and the ICJ find against Israel on genocide, is the US allowed to sanction the courts rather than the murderers? What is the world we live in? The judges are now sanctioned by the UN, the UK, and many European countries, while the criminals are invited and financed and honored. Why are our own corrupt politicians allowing this mafia to rule our life? The answer is simple. The West allows Israeli crimes because Israel is part of the Western alliance. As long as the rest of humanity has no voice, this will continue. As long as Zionism exists, anyone's life in the Middle East is never safe. The international community has a range of sanctions it can use by joining the ongoing successful campaign of boycott, divestment, and sanctions. It depends on all of us to move from the growing efficiency of boycott and divestment to international sanctions. The South African moment of Zionism has been here since the end of South African apartheid. It depends on us all, to force our governments to end this impunity. The next decade must see the end of Zionist crimes and genocide. Every trade union, every university department, every factory, medical facility, every port, and every international association of any kind must be part of the campaign to end Zionist apartheid and genocide, to end Zionism itself. Only then will Palestinians be free. Only then will Jews and others be free of Zionist occupation of their minds. Only then will the world return to the rule of law. Freedom for Palestine means freedom from Zionist crime and aggression. Freedom for all of us. Palestine shall be free.
Thank you very much, Jaime. Our next speaker will speak in German, so I invite you, for those of you who do not understand German, to take your headset. Let me introduce Tarkan Tek. He is a social scientist, anti-colonial activist, and project manager of the international humanitarian organization Rama Austria. He has written a German book about the decolonization of Tunisia, published in 2024.
Hallo, guten Abend. Mein Vortrag Titel lautet ist Der Angriffskrieg gegen Gaza ist zum Laboratorium der internationalen Politik geworden. Palästina ist der Schauplatz des aktuell symbolträchtigsten Kampfes für Gerechtigkeit und Befreiung in der Welt. Die palästinensische Frage ist auch das widerstandsfähigste Beispiel für die Befreiungsbewegungen der Welt, die sich im letzten Jahrhundert gegen den westlichen Kolonialismus erhoben haben, während viele Länder dabei erfolgreich waren, sich vom westlichen Kolonialismus zu befreien. Wird der Siedlerkolonialismus mit brutalsten kolonialen Methoden durch den vom Imperialismus im Nahen Osten errichteten zionistischen Staat seit einem Jahrhundert gegen die Palästinenser eingesetzt. Die Palästinenser erleben seit 100 Jahren alle Arten von Unterdrückung, die kolonialistischen Zionisten, und diese Situation scheint nur durch die Solidarität der Gemeinschaften, Bewegungen und Staaten erträglich zu sein. Die in der Welt nach Freiheit streben, der Widerstand und das Streben nach Freiheit, insbesondere in Gaza, ist eine Haltung, die alle Völker der Welt bewundern. Auch wenn viele sogenannte Experten erklären, dass die Anschläge vom 7. Oktober 2023 den Palästinensern geschadet haben. Und kurzfristig scheint dies auch der Fall zu sein. Sollte man sich zunächst vergegenwärtigen, dass auch andere antikoloniale Widerstandsbewegungen in der Geschichte erst nach langen Kämpfen erfolgt waren. Algerien zum Beispiel, wo der französische Hitler-Kolonialismus die Bevölkerung unterdrückte, leistete 132 Jahre lang Widerstand und erlangte schließlich seine Freiheit. Das Apartheid-Regime in Südafrika und seine Unterstützer wurde nach 45 Jahren nach einem ähnlichen langen Kampf gestürzt. Es ist deshalb durchaus möglich, dass auch der palästinensische Widerstand, wie in Algerien und Südafrika, zur Niederlage des kolonialen Zionismus führen wird. Viele Länder des globalen Südens sehen, insbesondere nach dem 7. Oktober, die Befreiung Palästinas als eine verspätete Dekolonisierung und unterstützen daher die Anerkennung Palästinas als Staat. Eines von ihnen, die Republik Südafrika, hat Israel beim Internationalen Strafgerichtshof wegen Völkermord angeklagt. Und diese Verfolgung Israels wegen Völkermord und die angedrohte Verhaftung israelischer Politiker sollte als großer Erfolg angesehen werden. Vor allem für Palästina, aber auch für Internationalismus der sogenannten Dritten Welt. Die Klage Südafrikas vor dem Internationalen Strafgerichtshof hat sich einer moralischen und prinzipiellen Sprache bedient. Fast so, als ob sie die Heuchelei des Westens entlarven könnte. Der Internationale Strafgerichtshof ist ein vom Westen eingerichtetes Gericht für nicht-westliche Staatsführer und Regierungen, die dem Westen nicht gefallen, aber nun wurde durch die Klage von einem afrikanischen Land gezeigt, dass die Zionisten und Imperialisten keine menschlichen Werte vertreten, wie sie immer vorgeben. Das Eintreten Südafrikas für die Rechte der Palästinenser hat insbesondere die zionistischen und imperialistischen Kreise schockiert. Während die Aggression Israels und die Unterstützung der westlichen imperialistischen Mächte für Israel zunimmt, wächst die Unterstützung des globalen Südens für Palästina von Tag zu Tag. Im globalen Süden wurden große Massendemonstrationen abgehalten, die nicht nur von den Regierungen initiiert, sondern von der Masse der Bevölkerung mitgetragen wurden. Etwa in Indonesien, im Jemen, auf der Marokko und viele Länder andere auch so. Auf der anderen Seite, obwohl es im Süden Massendemonstrationen gibt, haben sich die Medien im Allgemeinen auf die Demonstrationen im Westen konzentriert, die auch ein Beweis dafür sind, dass die Völker der Länder, die Israel unterstützen, oft anders denken als ihre Regierungen. Es ist sehr wertvoll und aufregend festzustellen, dass die palästinensische Sache von Menschen in der ganzen Welt unterstützt wird, insbesondere im globalen Süden, wo permanent Solidaritätsdemonstrationen stattfinden. Kein Volk und keine Widerstandsbewegungen in der Welt hat jemals eine so große Aufmerksamkeit auf sich gezogen. Viele Länder, von den lateinamerikanischen bis zum afrikanischen Ländern, haben aufgrund der zionistischen Aggression die Beziehungen zu Israel abgebrochen und Sanktionen verhängt. Mit der Fortsetzung dieses Prozesses und der Verschärfung der Sanktionen wächst die Unterstützung der internationalen Gemeinschaft für Palästina von Tag zu Tag. Die palästinensische Frage erfährt eine unglaubliche Unterstützung, insbesondere auf der Ebene der Völker. In Umfragen, die in vielen Ländern durchgeführt wurden, erreicht die Unterstützung für Palästina in der Bevölkerung annähernd die 100%-Marke. Diese Unterstützung ist sogar unter den Völkern der westlichen Länder, die Israel mit Waffen und Materialien unterstützen, sehr hoch. In einer Umfrage, die das ZDF im Mai 2025 in Deutschland durchführte, lag der Anteil derjenigen, die Israels Angriff auf Gaza für falsch hielten, bei 80%. Trotz aller Desinformation im Westen verurteilen die Menschen die Aggression Israel. Israel verfügt zwar über eine militärische Überlegenheit in Palästina, aber die moralische Überlegenheit war immer auf Seiten Palästinas. Während die Palästinenser mit ihrer Heimat ihre Existenz verteidigen, ist Israel bestrebt, seine Grenze ohne klare Prinzipien zu erweitern. Damit hat es alle Prinzipien und Werte, die dem Westen angeblich so wichtig sind, trivialisiert insbesondere die internationalen Institutionen, die der Westen nach dem Zweiten Weltkrieg zu etablieren versuchte. Die Tatsache, dass der Westen alles in den Dienst Israel gestellt hat, hat auch in der eigenen Bevölkerung ablehnende Reaktion hervorgerufen. Die rassistische zionistische Ideologie, die der Imperialismus, insbesondere die USA und die EU, mit Israel im Nahen Osten etabliert hat, ist in den Augen der Menschen offensichtlich geworden. Die Tatsache, dass die Einheit des Westens und Israels so eng miteinander verwoben ist, fordert die globale antiimperialistische Haltung. Nach der Entscheidung des Internationalen Strafgerichtshofs, die israelische Regierung nach dem Antrag Südafrikas wegen Völkermord anzuklagen, wie auch der Unterstützung durch viele internationale Menschenrechtsinstitutionen, die die Geschehnisse dokumentieren und eindeutig als Genozid deklarieren, stellen wir fest, dass viele pro-zionistische westliche Staaten Israel nicht mehr so vorbehaltlos wie früher verteidigen. Als Zionistischen bietet die Tatsache, dass der globale Süden als moralische und globales Gewissen seine Stimme für die palästinensische Sache erhebt und auch durch die Isolierung des Zionismus und Imperialismus in der internationalen Arena. Die Möglichkeit, sie sowohl in ihrer eigenen öffentlichen Meinung als auch in der internationalen Arena Verantwortung zusichern. Deshalb sollen wir uns international vernetzen und organisieren, um Israel und seine Unterstützer, die USA und die EU, politisch, wirtschaftlich, kulturell und diplomatisch zu isolieren und mit Hilfe der internationalen Völker Sanktionen gegen sie verhängen. Um dies zu erreichen, ist es notwendig, das palästinensische Problem als Problem aller Menschen zu sehen. Nicht nur der Muslime und Araber. Und um dies zu verwirklichen, ist es erforderlich, alle einzubeziehen und zu verstehen. Wer sich nicht gegen die Geschehnisse in Palästina ausspricht, hat keine Chance, in dieser Welt selbst frei zu sein. Dankeschön.
Thank you very much, Tarkan. The next speaker is Irina Vanna. Irina is a sociologist, anti-imperialist and anti-war activist of Palestine Solidarity Group in Austria. She was a candidate of List Gaza in 2024 elections and co-organizer of the Palestine Congress the same year.
Thank you, Stephen. I was asked to speak about how to challenge the official Austrian complicity with the genocide. And I will just take up what Kein ended with. So it is obvious that Israel would not be able to commit their crimes, that they would not be able to commit genocide for a single day if the West, and in particular the US, was not to beg it and was not to want it to do it. So, thinking about the complicity of Austria, this also means that as a solidarity group and as activists, as anti-imperialist activists, our duty is to go against the crimes that our governments are begging, that the crimes that our governments are committing. This is just to start off, and I will now focus, and you will be all familiar what that means, especially in Austria, and how this all developed to come to the role of the official Austria first, and then to the role that we maybe might play as part of the anti-imperialist movement to challenge the siding of our governments with the genocide and the crime that they are committing side to side with the US-led regime and with Israel. So people might think, focusing first on the official Austria, that the support of a small state like Austria for this genocide does not make much difference, because we have the US, of course. But if we remember the past of Austria, if we remember, for example, also the area of Kreisky, we know that also a very little state of Austria can make officially a difference if they only spoke up, if they raised their voice. But actually, they do not even not oppose it, yet they do the opposite. They support the genocide and go against those who oppose it. Just to remind you of some actions that were committed by our Austrian government in support of Israel, which you might all remember, or at least the Austrian audience here. Right after the 7th of October, the Austrian Chancellor hosted the Israeli flag on the Federal Chancellor and visited Netanyahu and assured him that, I quote, Austria will assist the war of Israel against terror in all time. Also, Austria then voted at least twice, I don't remember, I guess it was even 3 times, against the resolution in the UN General Assembly calling for an immediate ceasefire, sided only with the US, Israel, and some very small Asian states, as well as the Czech Republic, that always go on the side of the US. And also, payments to the UNRWA were immediately stopped by Austria when Israel asked for it, not even questioning if there was any evidence to it. And within Austria, this is also cited by, as we heard before, going against the resistance. And I'm not only speaking about going against the people who are on the street and against the movement, I'm also speaking of how they go against and they use like their anti-terror war for going against, for example, the main forces of the Muslim population here in Austria, and the anti-Muslim actions that they took over the years, culminating, for example, in the so-called Operation Luxor, a police operation in 2020 mainly targeting members of the Muslim community active in the pro-Palestinian solidarity. All of that didn't hold on the justice court, but still the members are traumatized of what happened to them and how the police went against them. However, Austria's connection with Israel is not only a political one. It also manifests itself in arms deals, which is a clear breach on Austria's constitutional neutrality, of which we've heard before, and places Austria officially on the side of the countries enabling this genocide. And I just want to name two aspects or two facts here. Only recently, in 2024, the Austrian armed forces bought, for example, tanks from Elbit Systems for a total value of 53 million US dollars. This represents a major gain for the Israeli arms industry, and also the Sky Shield system, which is integrating Austria into the system of the NATO. Due to Austria joining the Sky Field, is bought from Israel and is enabling Israel to commit this genocide. Because it is Israel weapon systems and Israel long-range missiles that are being purchased here in Austria. It is exactly 4 billion that Austria spends, and through which the annihilation of the Palestinian people we witness today is directly co-financed by Austria. All this builds, formally seen, on the so-called strategic partnership signed in 2022 between Israel and Austria, focusing on intensifying economic ties as well as cooperation on so-called security matters. Since 2022, the economic investments from Austria in Israel have increased by 23%, as one can read on the official site of the Foreign Embassy. It was mainly the former Chancellor Kurz and the conservative right-wing parties who put all their efforts in intensifying the official relations of Austria and Israel. This also paid off for Kurz himself, as we all know. After being dismissed from the Austrian government, he founded a cybersecurity company, which is based in Tel Aviv, making a lot of money out of it. So, of course, we know it is not only about the conservative right-wing party that places Austria on the side of the Israeli genocide. Also, the Social Democratic Party of Austria is doing no better. They are, for example, responsible for the official statement of the city of Vienna, which was already released in 2018, in which the false condemn of the BDS campaign as anti-Semitic was launched, proclaiming that they should be given no space on the streets, events, and whatsoever exhibitions because they were accused of being anti-Semitic. It is for them, if it was for them, the former Chancellor Kreisky, so one of their most outstanding representatives during the Second Republic, who recognized the Palestinian resistance organizations at its time as a partner to cooperate with the PLO, and their fight for a just peace in Palestine, I guess today he would be put on trial for terrorism by its own party members. Yet, this is only the position of the official Austria. And we all know, and this Congress is part of it, that in the view of the cruel and inhuman conditions created by the Zionist state in Gaza, Israel lost a lot of its credibility, even also among some of the people in the West who formerly supported this Zionist ideology. Worldwide, and especially in the global south, as we just heard from Tarkan, billions of people are moving in solidarity with Palestine. Gaza has become a symbol of the injustice of the US-led system that for decades covered the world, and especially the Arab world, with war. In the view of the most inhuman actions we see every day happening in Palestine, the annihilation and starvation of a population, in the view of this ongoing rearmament efforts also of the European Union, of the so-called Readiness 2030 Treaty, in the view of the EU actions taken also against the refugees who are dying at the borders of Europe, and all the stories of the so-called peace union they tried to convince people of, and as they put it, a bastion of democracy and human rights, are for a growing majority of the people, also here in Europe, no longer credible. And without its covering mask that they put on, the European Union and the US stand blank as what they have always been, an alliance of the powerful, of the imperialist forces, military and economically directed against the people and the interests of the majority of the people in the global south, but also in their own countries. And Gaza, with all the people who joined forces against the crimes that are committing there, has also become a very strong symbol, therefore, of the growing resistance against this regime. The growing support for the Palestinian cause among the people, which we even experience here in Austria in some part, the loss of credibility for the apartheid regime, and of its support for the Western countries. Has the potential to turn against the system as such, and to question the imperialist concept that they represent. To be successful in this, we have to link our struggle for the liberation of the Palestinian people, to also a broader fight, to a fight for democratic rights, to a fight for social rights and self-determination against imperialism and against the capitalist globalization. So in Austria, the Liste Gaza, which we formed during the elections to make visible how this regime this imperialist regime is backed in Austria, in 2024 was one attempt to do so. And so is also the Palestinian Solidarity as an umbrella organization of a lot of different organizations supporting the Palestinian cause. And we can name a lot of other political projects, such as, for example, the idea of the reinforcement of the peace movement in Austria. Also building strong ties with the Palestinian, with the solidarity for the Palestinian people. And also, of course, the struggle of the students at the university against the complicity with Israel. We could name many others. All these actions are an attempt to build a political opposition for social justice, for peace, and for democracy. Defending also, especially in Austria, because we heard before from Peter that it is important to think globally, but also to act locally, defending Austrians' constitutional neutrality, turning it against those who are, with their support for the genocide, are breaking constantly our constitution. So we need, if we want to join forces, defend the basic democratic rights here against bans of the demonstrations and the criminalization of opposing forces. We need to go against investments in the armament and of the war, breaking up the strategic partnership, especially here in Austria, and of course also the association treaty that was mentioned by Hein before. We have to ask for investments that are important for the majority of the people instead of this ongoing weaponization, which is driving us directly into a third world war, as it seems. So we need to go also against the policy of embassy images, which we witness towards our Muslim friends especially, and to find a common social and democratic opposition, to build an alliance here in Austria, but of course also globally, in solidarity with all the people going for the right things on the street, going on the streets against the genocide, especially in the global south, and joining forces with all the global anti-imperialist forces in the world.
Thank you, Irina. I am very grateful to the speakers of this panel to have talked about actions, ending impunity, sanctions, because that is what really matters right now. Elevate the consciousness, organize, onboard as much people, organization, unions in taking concrete actions. Thanks to the organizers, our session has been extended to 6:30, so we have a bit more than 15 minutes for a Q&A session.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Today and yesterday, we saw the violent obstruction of the Gaza March in Egypt. I don't think there's any doubt that if the Arab states had stopped the oil from day one, there would have been no genocide. Do you not think the solidarity movement should start saying something about the corrupt and repressive regimes that dot the Arab Peninsula?
Thank you.
Hello, yes. Peter Eisenstein actually put his finger on it, that the ICJ has given very clear rulings about the responsibility of the West to stop the plausible genocide. And we have all the rulings of the ICC. We have the whole of international law on our side. We can go on demonstrations. We can go on the streets. But can the panel recommend what I hope will be a workshop tomorrow, a key workshop, using legal action against our own governments, against the UN for allowing the veto, against Trump, the maniac, for actually perpetrating the worst genocide. What suggestions can the panel make? And let us hope that we have this as a key workshop tomorrow, because I've been banging on about this, and I think it's the main way we can actually change and take some positive action.
Thank you.
Hallo, Irina, ich habe eine Frage. Du hast gesprochen, als hätten wir noch Reste der Neutralität in Österreich. Ich sehe dafür keine Anhaltspunkte. Vielleicht kannst du das ausführen, was du meinst, wenn du sagst, die Neutralität verteidigen. Weil wir sind längst Teil des westimperialistischen Blocks, meiner Meinung nach.
Dankeschön.
I have a question to Tarkan. He said that many countries broke down their contacts to Israel and put sanctions into action. I want to ask him if he can give some examples.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that's it.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I will ask the different speakers to take those questions within 3 minutes approximately, if you can. Thank you. Who wants to start?
wegen Sanktionen die gegen Israel. Ich erinnere Südafrika natürlich angeblich, die Tunesien, Türkei und natürlich die viele arabische Länder, Jemen, wir wissen schon, aber manche afrikanische Länder, ich erinnere momentan nicht, aber 7 oder 8 Länder direkt abgebrochen, die israelische Botschafter und natürlich, wir wissen schon die Kolumbien, Irland, ja, ich erinnere jetzt 7 oder 8 Länder, aber gibt es so viele.
Ich werde, wenn es okay ist, auf Deutsch antworten. Okay. Ich glaube, ich habe mich sehr klar ausgedrückt, dass ich auch der Meinung bin, dass Österreich ein ganz wesentlicher Teil des imperialen Blocks ist und dass sie auf der Seite Israels stehen. Ich habe mehrere Beispiele davor gebracht. Nur, wir dürfen nicht vergessen, welche Bedeutung die Neutralität als Teil unserer Verfassung für einen Großteil auch der österreichischen Bevölkerung weiter hat. Und deswegen ist es ein wichtiges Instrument, das wir nicht einfach verschenken dürfen, um eine Friedensbewegung aufzubauen, um die Leute auch dafür zu erreichen, dass sie für das, was die Neutralität, wofür sie auch steht, die verfassungsmäßig garantierte Neutralität, dass das ein Vehikel ist, das als Friedensinstrument genutzt werden kann und das von unserer Regierung missbraucht wird. Das ist alles, was ich sage. Wir dürfen ihnen nicht den Spielraum lassen, zu sagen, sie betreiben aktive Neutralität, was auch immer das bedeuten mag. Wir müssen die Neutralität so reinterpretieren, wie sie eigentlich gedacht war. Nämlich, der Willi hat das ganz am Anfang schon beim letzten Panel gesagt, als ein Werkzeug, das Österreich verpflichtet, sich aus den imperialen Kriegen herauszuhalten. Und das wollen wir einfordern. Und dazu ist die Neutralität und die Forderung nach der Neutralität ein ganz wichtiges Mittel.
I just wanted to talk to Tony's question about focusing on the corrupt Arab regimes in the region. And I think this really is extremely important because that, in some respects, that's exactly what Israel is. Israel is a lightning rod for attention so that United States imperialism can take place around the whole area. So all the attention's on Israel, protected by Zionism, protected by this idea of anti-Semitism, while these corrupt... I mean, this goes back to the British custom of having an Arab facade, right? Well, this is what those Arab regimes are now. They're just an Arab facade. So it looks to the world like some Arab is running this country, when in actuality, it's to the benefit of the United States imperialism. So, but every country in the West plays a certain role, right? That's what I was on about with Norway. No, I mean, think about it. Everybody here has heard about the Oslo Agreement, right? That wonderful agreement that got the Nobel Prize and all this stuff. Well, that was just a that's Norway's role, just like the Arab countries play a role. And it was interesting is that about 10 years ago, the government wanted to have do a research project on the Oslo Agreement, how wonderful it was, right? And so they commissioned a report from, I think it was PRIO, the Peace and Research Institute of Oslo, where they had one of the top researchers go in and go through all of the documents. She had access to all of the documents. I don't know if anybody's read her report. It's very short. It says all of the documents are missing. Okay? So that tells you, and then just earlier this year in January, as I talked about, Norway was responsible for the global, whatever it was called, the initiative, the two-state initiative. This is in January. This is already almost a year and a half into a genocide. Now Israel's willing to talk about a two-state solution. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all distraction. So, yeah, we should definitely talk about the role of Arab nations, which are just an extenuation of the British imperial colonialism rather than settler colonialism, which is Israel.
I'm surprised that most of the questions are about law. Of course, the law is the law. So we have to use it because we haven't got another law. We have to use our laws locally, we have to use international law, and we're doing it, and we will continue to do it. My legal friends, including Francesca Albanese, that we all admire enormously, describe international law as part of the problem than part of the solution. And they are using the law. They are using the law brilliantly, but they're not blind to its limitations. So let's talk about neutrality. Neutrality is against the law, even in Austria, when it comes to genocide, when it comes to ethnic cleansing, when it comes to starving millions of people. Neutrality is against the law because of the Genocide Convention, which is, an international law. And it doesn't allow neutrality in the face of genocide. Anybody, a person, an institution, a university, a union, and indeed a state should never be neutral in the face of genocide. It's their duty to prevent it. It's their duty to bring citizens and institutions to court. There is no neutrality in the case of Gaza. There is no neutrality of any human being, not just in Austria, in the case of Gaza. So even on legal grounds, this is total nonsense. Let's kick it out of court. The ICC and ICJ, well, I live in a country which is calling itself a democracy and probably is unique in employing a prime minister who is an international jurist. He's a human rights lawyer. I don't know any other country that is led by a human rights lawyer. What did it lead to in the case of Britain in less than a year? I already told you that Jews are already 40 or 50 times more likely to be arrested when they support Palestine. So this human rights lawyer has directed, he was once the public prosecutor. He has directed his own public prosecutor, who is actually Jewish and also an international lawyer and jurist, to arrest Jews, Palestinians, and others who support Palestine. This is against the law. This is a lawyer taking human rights from his people, yeah? So, what can we do about it? Well, what we can do about it is not just take him to court, and nobody did take him to court. What we can do is direct action. We surround Parliament with a red light. We are coming every day to Parliament, every day, to remind Parliament, this criminal organization that is running Britain, that kind of a big club of the elite, that they are actually acting against the law. We, occupy illegal factories which produce arms for Israel and send the arms for the F-35, for example, that bombed Iran. Without the British parts, the F-35 couldn't fly. So what we do is direct action. 3 times more than 1.5 million people marched in London. That's what we do. We should actually stop the companies operating by direct action. That's not to say that we don't act through the law, but it's not going to work anywhere. And lastly, about the Arab regimes. Of course, we need to speak day and night about the Arab regimes, but just remember that 14 years ago, the whole Arab East and West and North Africa was marching against their rulers, what we call the Arab Spring, and it's a bad name. They called it the Intifada. So this Intifada didn't work, okay? A lot of the people are still in jail by those bastards that run countries in the Arab East. You've heard what Ramzi has to say about them, what everyone has to say about them. But most importantly, you heard what their own population has to say about them. In the Egyptian jail, Alaa Abdel Fattah is sitting now for almost 6 years. He actually got 5 years, but they don't accept it. They still keep him. He's been on more than 100 days of hunger strike. His mother is hunger striking in London. She hunger striked for 269 days. And the doctors said that she cannot be alive. They check her, and the measurements say that she cannot be alive. She is still alive. I hope she continues to be alive. This is what people in the Arab East and South have come out into the street and said to their tyrants, we don't want you, we want democracy. They were more courageous than any other population on earth. This is what the Arabs are saying. Yes, you can put them in jail. Yes, you can kill them, like you can kill people in Gaza. It doesn't stop them. It will not stop them. This is an unfinished story. You cannot actually rule people with brutality, with total impunity. Remember where Mubarak is now today. Remember where Abu Zain is. I mean, these people will be removed, not by us, but the people of Arabia and across the Arab East. They will do the job, and we will just need to support them like the people of Palestine.
Thank you very much for your feedbacks. This is so important that we will continue this discussion tomorrow. For the moment, unfortunately, we have to skip the break and continue right now with the open mic session. So please stay seated. And this discussion on the concrete actions that we can take together will continue tomorrow. Thank you.
A few announcements, and we will respect each other and have time for the people who registered to the open mic, who I asked them to be seated on the first row here. So please make sure you are.
Just two quick announcements. We have on the 28th of June this mega demo that we are organizing, and it would be very, very nice if you and your organization can mobilize as many people as you can and come on June 28th at 3 p.m. at the Westbahnhof Christian Broder Platz. And to the journalists, if there are any in here today, tomorrow, Sunday, at 11 a.m., there will be a press conference. So you are also invited to assist and to ask your questions at the press conference tomorrow at 11 a.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the speakers. We are going to move without stopping onto our first open mic, and 3 minutes each. Thank you.
Good evening. So, very nice to see such a full room here. I'm very glad that I'm participating here. My name is Felix Rabe. I hope, but so far I don't know, but I might be the only person that came from Basel, actually. If there happens to be anyone else who came from Basel, I'm Swiss, I would really like to connect. So there's a group called Basel for Palestine in Basel. I'm not representing them, but I'm a participant, and I'm pretty sure they wouldn't mind if I extended you the warmest greetings from Basel. So A small topic I want to quickly speak about very shortly is unity. I think we all have... That's okay. I'm seeing very different people here, and I want to just say, like the blatantly obvious, we are all different. We are all here for the same, more or less, reason, and we all have our part to play in what can be done and what we are contributing. So we actually have unity among differences. We are all different, and we have many ways to contribute. Some do it in a legal way, some do protests, some do speaking. This is not an exhaustive list, by the way. Some donate, some research, some archive, some do politics, some do resistance, and I have done some of those things myself. So my main goal here is to connect. That's why I'm up here, and find ways to cooperate with people where it makes sense. And I'm a programmer, by the way. So we are here, we are inspiring each other, we complement each other by doing our different things, and we support each other. And so I'm just finishing. Do your part, let others do their part. And Ramzi Baroud said something very short that I would like to end with. Together we fight, and together we win. Thank you.
Liebe Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmer, mein Name ist Jelis Dadevir, ich bin Psychologin und Aktivistin der Liste Gaza, Stimmen gegen den Völkermord, die letztes Jahr zu den Nationalratswahlen in Österreich angetreten ist. Und ich habe meine Gedanken und Gefühle zu Palästina, zum Genozid in Gaza in einem Gedicht zusammengefasst, das ich jetzt mit Ihnen teilen möchte und im Zuge der Aktionen vorgetragen hatte. Gaza, der Schrei des Gewissens. Was jetzt in Gaza immer noch passiert, ist von grausamer Menschenhand kreiert. Hunderttausende sind bereits tot. Das Massaker, das ist ein Völkermord. Unschuldige Zivilisten werden bombardiert und das mit unseren Steuergeldern finanziert. Alles wird dem Boden gleichgemacht, mit dem Ziel Zionismus an die Macht. Sogar Kinder, Babys werden grausam ermordet und das von oberster Hand so angeordnet. Tausende sind verstümmelt, amputiert, die Gebeine in Säcken transportiert. Eltern sehen ihre Kinder enthauptet. Lüge ist, wer Gegenteiliges behauptet. Das ist ein Verbrechen gegen die Menschlichkeit und das nennt Israel Gerechtigkeit. Genozid ist nicht Selbstverteidigung. Wo bleibt der Wille zur friedlichen Einigung? Krankenhäuser, Schulen, Flüchtlingslager, Moscheen, Kirchen, Schutzzonen und auch Krankenwagen. Alles wird mit Bomben gezielt zerstört. Kein Funken Menschlichkeit, das Grauen ist unerhört. Hunderte Journalisten schon mussten sterben. Die Welt soll wissen, Gaza liegt in Scherben. Die Gewalt kennt keine Grenzen mehr. Zivilisten stehen gegen ein Soldatenheer. Steht auf und hebt jetzt euer Wort. Menschen, vor allem Kinder, sterben den Hungertod. Völkermord ist und bleibt Völkermord. Frauen, Männer, Kinder erleiden sexuelle Gewalt. Zu wenig ist der internationale Aufschrei, zu wenig der Einhalt. Jedes Menschenleben ist doch gleich viel wert. Menschsein ist das Einzige, was hier zählt. Die Menschenwürde ist und bleibt unantastbar. Menschenrechte sind universell und unteilbar. Die Entmenschlichung der Palästinenser aber nur mehr unfassbar. Gaza, das weltweit größte Freiluftgefängnis. Hunger, Not, Krankheiten werden jetzt zum Verhängnis. Gaza ist das Symbol für Widerstand und Freiheit, für Menschenrechte und auch für Gleichheit. Nieder mit dem Faschismus der Apartheid. Schluss mit Ethnozentrismus und der Feigheit. Opfer sind Menschen und jedes eins zu viel. Hier gibt es keine Seiten. Menschsein ist der Deal. Vertreibung, Enteignung ist keine Selbstverteidigung. Checkpoints, Siedlergewalt, ethnische Säuberung, Schikanen, Rassismus, Apartheid sind Tagesordnung. Wie viele Generationen müssen denn noch leiden? Israel lässt sich niemals nichts ankreiden. Gaza weint, hat kein Wasser und kein Brot. Menschen, Tiere sterben den Hungertod. Kinder werden lebendig verbrannt, ihre Schreie in unsere Herzen gebrannt. Das Leid Palästinas schreit zum Himmel hoch. Muslime, Christen, andere leiden gleichermaßen doch. Jüdinnen und Juden sagen lautstark, nicht in unserem Namen. Nein zum Zionismus, sagten doch schon die Ahnen. Nie wieder heißt nie wieder für alle. So tappt nicht in die Antisemitismusfalle. Wegschauen, leugnen oder schweigen ist Komplizenschaft am Genozid und am Leiden. Darum gab es die Liste Gaza in Wort und Tat. Die Stimmen gegen den Völkermord im Nationalrat. Wir fordern die Einhaltung der Verfassung, Waffenstillstand, Neutralität laut Rechtsauffassung. 3-mal stimmte Österreich gegen den Waffenstillstand. Ich frage, warum? Warum gilt nicht den Unterdrückten unser Beistand? Antizionismus ist nicht Antisemitismus. Wir sagen Nein zur Besatzung, Apartheid und Kolonialismus. Widerstand gegen Völkermord ist sicher kein Terrorismus. Solidarität mit Unterdrückten wird kriminalisiert. Insbesondere die Musliminnen sind stigmatisiert, von Medien und Politik stark diffamiert. Wir fordern diesem Anti-Islam-Kurs ein sofortiges Ende, Stopp der Instrumentalisierung und eine dauerhafte Wende. Wir fordern die Wahrung der demokratischen Rechte, Meinungsfreiheit im Widerstand statt Meinungshetze, Stopp der militärischen, wirtschaftlichen, politischen Unterstützung. Österreich, liebes Österreich, sag endlich Nein zur zionistischen Beschützung. Die Geschichte lehrt das nie wieder. Die menschliche Pflicht, jetzt und wo nötig, immer wieder. Wir sind Stimmen gegen den Völkermord. Wir brechen das Schweigen für alle, die sind mundtot. Als Menschen sind wir alle zutiefst betroffen, so lasst uns agieren und auch weiter hoffen. Freiheit für Palästina ist Freiheit für die Welt. Und Menschsein ist das Wichtigste, was jetzt zählt. Free, free Palestine!
Hi, I'm Yola from the Revolutionary Communist Party, and as many of you probably, I have closely followed the news since yesterday, since Israel launched an attack on Iran, consciously and purposefully trying to conflagrate this into a barbaric regional war, and the US and the EU once again rally behind Netanyahu, and the regimes in the region do nothing. The Egyptian regime is currently deporting activists, as we've heard, and this is pure barbarism. This is imperialism. And imperialism is capitalism. And I listened carefully to what was said yesterday, how to break Zionism. A one-state solution would be good. And others said we cannot talk about any solutions. But I also noticed that the question about socialism was not taken up at the panel. But I am fully convinced a free Palestine within capitalism is a utopia. So I think seeing international law as the best tool is an illusion. And we have seen deals with imperialist governments within capitalism. We've seen the Oslo Accords, and they have led to where we are today. And here in the West, we need to fight our governments, our corporations, not appeal to them and beg them to respect international law and maybe implement sanctions. The only true allies of the Palestinians are the oppressed masses and working class around the globe. And even here, the lies about Palestine are crumbling. We've heard 80% in Germany are against Israel's military actions. How is it in the Middle East? I mean, boiling anger against the complicity. And a social explosion in one of those countries in the Middle East can and will happen, and Israel is not so stable internally. So a successful revolution in any one of those countries would completely transform the situation. It would open the way for a liberation of Palestine on the basis of control by the masses over the process, not the capitalists, not the current politicians and regimes. And this can have a big impact inside Israel as well and give way forward to actually split Israel along class lines. I mean, yesterday was this discussion about the possibility or impossibility of Palestinians and Jewish Israelis ever living together in the region again. And it made me think about also the mistakes of the past in Germany and Austria, because it was said correctly that no politician in the West, in Western Europe, appealed for the Jews to return, and this gave this huge impetus to Zionism after the Second World War. But of course, these politicians did not appeal for the Jews to return, and if they did, this would have been a very questionable invitation, because you cannot heal the wounds of a genocide by leaving basically the same people and same corporations in power behind the scenes. The denazification in Austria and Germany was a joke. Why would anyone return and trust these governments if you do not break with the system? And to be clear, it was the betrayal of the reformist, social democratic, and Stalinist communist parties that made this possible. Because there was a revolutionary wave in Europe after the Second World War, but they chose to support to rebuild Europe on a capitalist basis. To export, basically, that's the Jewish problem to Israel. So I think that we have to say the basis of Zionism is capitalism, is private ownership over land and factories, and to expropriate the capitalists is a necessary condition for liberation. And for, okay, last thought, for here this means really that we have to argue all the time that we must say to the working class in Austria as well that they do not benefit from Zionism. They do not, because the same governments who are pushing austerity here in Europe are using this money for the biggest militarization drive since World War II. So austerity here means bombs in Gaza, and we really have to overthrow our governments and corporations here, down with Zionism and down with the Austrian government.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Ich spreche zur Abwechslung einmal auf Deutsch, aber ich könnte auch auf Englisch sprechen. Ich möchte einen Schwerpunkt legen auf das revolutionäre Subjekt, das heißt auf die Arbeiterklasse, über die überhaupt niemand hier gesprochen hat. Die Arbeiterklasse, die organisierte Arbeiterklasse hat auch eine Rolle in diesem Widerstand gegen den Zionismus und gegen den Faschismus und gegen den Antiimperialismus. Die revolutionäre Arbeiterklasse ist unterentwickelt, aber wenn sie irgendwo auftaucht, muss man sie analysieren und mitnehmen. Die organisierte Arbeiterklasse hat sich in den letzten Wochen und Monaten, vor einigen Jahren sogar gezeigt, bei dem Widerstand der Hafenarbeiter in Genua, in Marseille, in Salerno und in Schiller. Diese Arbeiter, einer von ihrer Gewerkschaft ist monatelang im Gefängnis gewesen. Albert Milani, ne? Vor einigen 2 Jahren. Diese Arbeiter haben in Genua, um das Beispiel zu nennen, den Hafen blockiert. Ihnen ist es sogar gelungen, einen Teil der Bevölkerung in den Hafen hineinzubringen und dort im Hafen, der sonst gesperrt war, off-limits, eine Demonstration mit hunderten Leuten zu veranstalten gegen die Lieferung von ganz gefährlichen Kriegsbestandteilen für Waffen, die ich jetzt nicht im Einzelnen aufzählen werde, die aus Frankreich kamen, ursprünglich aus Frankreich, und vorher war eine große Demonstration, und das dürfen wir nicht vergessen, ein großer, erfolgreicher Kampf in Marokko. Nicht das einzige Land, das sich gegen den Waffenexport gegen Israel gewendet hat. Diese Leute sind dann weitergefahren. Sie haben die Leute betrogen. Sie haben gesagt, ja, nein, wir wollen eigentlich nicht. So den Arbeitern in Genua ist es gelungen, so wie vor einigen Monaten den Arbeitern im Hafen von Piräus in Athen, ja, die sehr gut organisiert sind, zu verhindern, dass irgendwelche Waffen aus diesen Häfen hinaus befördert werden. Die Schiffe sind leer davon gefahren. Dieses betrügerische Schiff ist nach Salerno weitergefahren. Weißt du, wie weit das im Süden ist? Ja, das ist sehr weit im Süden. Dort haben sich Gruppen gesammelt in Italien und haben dagegen protestiert. Die haben die Leute betrogen. Noch einmal, sie sind nicht nach Salerno gefahren. Sie haben es angekündigt, sie sind nicht nach Salerno gefahren. Wisst ihr, wie weit im Süden Salerno ist? Sie sind weitergefahren bis nach Scilla. Das ist das letzte, entlegenste Dorf in Kalabrien. Dort hat die Calabria, die 'Ndrangheta in Calabria die Macht, die gefährlichste Mafia von Europa. Dort haben sich 8 Organisationen gesammelt, um zu protestieren, und es ist gelungen, diese Schifffahrt zu verändern. Zum Abschluss möchte ich erinnern, die Griechen waren vor einem halben Jahr sehr erfolgreich. Solche Arbeiterorganisationen entwickeln sich entweder, wenn sie sich radikal von einer trägen Gewerkschaft, eine träge Gewerkschaft, was ist eine träge Gewerkschaft? Der ÖGB. Das ist keine Gewerkschaft, das ist eine träge Gewerkschaft, das ist eine Kapitalgewerkschaft. Von einer träg gewordenen Gewerkschaft trennen, oder aber, wenn sie so stark an der Basis sind, dass sie die Politik der Gewerkschaftsführung beeinflussen können. Zum Abschluss, in Frankreich, Marseille, war das die CGT, die die Arbeiterbasis beeinflussen konnte, um den Kampf vorauszubereiten. Und in Italien waren es unabhängig gewordene Gewerkschaften. Ich nenne nur eine Organisation, Calb und noch eine andere. Und abschließend ein einziger Satz. Unsere Aufgabe müsste es sein, Klassenorganisationen zu analysieren und sie nicht aus der Diskussion auszulassen, so wie es hier der Fall ist. Danke vielmals.
Ja, ich habe mich heute Morgen schon vorgestellt. Ich bin Wilma aus Gelsenkirchen in Deutschland. Ich habe heute Morgen das Projekt von Al-Auda vorgestellt. Ich befinde mich eher auf der weltlichen Ebene im Gegensatz zu meinem Vorredner. Aber bevor ich jetzt zu meinem Thema sprechen wollte, habe ich gerade erfahren, dass einer der renommiertesten revolutionären Anwälte in Deutschland, der auch in der Palästina-Solidarität aktiv ist, gestern Abend auf einer Demonstration von den Polizisten in Essen zusammengeschlagen wurde. Er war Anmelder der Demonstration und er ist eigentlich bekannt, auch in der Stadt. Und er heißt Roland Meister, ist auch legendär, viele kennen ihn, vielleicht hier nicht, aber bei uns auf jeden Fall. Und ich gehe davon aus, dass diese Versammlung solidarisch ist mit solchen Menschen und vor allen Dingen gegen Polizeiterror. Es gibt auch die Vermutung, dass der Essener Polizeiapparat von der AfD durchsetzt ist und dass sie sich gezielt den Roland ausgesucht haben, um ihn zusammenzuschlagen. Soweit zunächst mal. Also dann ist es so, dass also meine solidarischen Grüße gehen an ihn, soweit das ist, aber da sind wir uns vielleicht auch einig. Könntet ihr vielleicht kurz sagen oder klatschen oder wie auch immer, damit man das weiß. Danke. Ich wollte noch was sagen zu dem Thema Faschismus und Demagogie. Gestern oder heute Morgen hat jemand gesagt, dass die Zionisten mit den Kibbutz, ich kannte mich bis dahin nicht so gut aus, eigentlich auch die sozialistische Idee bemüht haben zur Rechtfertigung. Und dann wurde aber das entlarvt, dass es eben nur für eine bestimmte soziale Schicht und Klasse galt. Und ich meine, dass das dem Faschismus eigen ist, sich praktisch einer sozialistischen Ideologie zu bedienen, um ihren Masseneinfluss zu erhöhen. Die Nazis hießen auch Nationalsozialisten. Sie haben Lieder verwendet aus der Arbeiterbewegung und haben sie umgedichtet, haben neue Texte drauf gemacht. Und die AfD ist zum Beispiel auch eine Partei, die die soziale Demagogie, ich sag mal, für ihre Zwecke unglaublich bemüht. Das ist auch ein Kennzeichen für den modernen Faschismus, auch beim Trump. Und die AfD unterstützt zum Beispiel Gaza, sagt, sie unterstützen Gaza, weil sie Israel vernichten wollen, hat aber nichts zu tun mit einer Gaza-Solidarität, sondern es ist praktisch ich sag mal, ein Werbegag, um den Antisemitismus voranzutreiben. Und da muss man irgendwie genau unterscheiden auch. Und da muss man sich ziemlich differenziert mit auseinandersetzen. Das wollte ich nur dazu sagen, und man muss sich natürlich auch mit der Ideologie, mit der Weltanschauung des Kommunismus auseinandersetzen, sich auch überlegen, warum der Sozialismus eigentlich gescheitert ist in verschiedenen Ländern. Das ist eigentlich eine wissenschaftliche Frage. Und ich wollte zum Schluss noch sagen, in Deutschland gibt es eine Bewegung, die heißt, gib Antikommunismus keine Chance. Sie fordert dazu auf, sich wissenschaftlich und politisch damit auseinanderzusetzen, weil darin eigentlich die Perspektive der Menschheit besteht.
Thank you for waiting. I hope I can speak over the noise. It seems to be quiet now. My name is Ruth Appleton. I'm from North London, and I'm not an academic. I don't have any theories. I'm a retired social worker, and when I retired, I was very glad because I hated it. Everything you want to do as a social worker is blocked in every direction. And not only that, but we have to compete with our colleagues for getting the resources that we want for the families we want to help. I mean, you probably know that. But the point is that when I retired, I decided to open a project for asylum seekers. And I did that for 20 years. I retired 3 weeks ago. And when I retired, everybody said, no, you can't go, you've got to stay. And I said, no. I'm 80 years old, I think it's enough. And what I did was give them an example of a success story. Now, I want to lighten the mood and tell you a success story. Some of you may remember, those of you that were English or who remember the Grunwick strike in northwest London. It was led by a young woman who at the time was only 4'11", and her name was Jaya Ben Desai. She became very famous because the factory that she worked in was led by a Jewish man who was hiring Asian women from the vicinity because they were the only people who would work in a factory for low pay and poor conditions of work. And when they complained about their conditions of work, he said, the conditions of work, they had to raise their hand to go to the toilet. They had to work overtime at short notice without any notice. And they were working below low wages, you know. And he said, they're just chattering monkeys. Well, Jaya Ben Desai said to him, Mr. Manager, you're not running a factory, you're running a zoo. Some of the animals are monkeys who dance at your fingertips, and the other animals are lions who can bite off your head. And with that, she walked out, and all the women followed her, and she said, we're going on strike. And they went on strike for 2 years. They got the unions behind them, and they held out against all the odds. Nobody thought they could win. And it was a fantastic scandal that a Jewish man who was really giving them slave wages. And anyway, the people that I said goodbye to in the asylum team were really happy because they heard this story, and I said to them, you see, if they can do it, we can do it. And as Theodore Herzl said, if you will it, it is no dream. Well, we have a dream, and we will it, so we can follow those words in our way. That's what I think, anyway.
I feel obliged to comment that I don't understand what the relevance is that the manager was Jewish. I do not understand how this is related to the story or to us being here.
Hi, everyone. So, this is more of a briefing. First, I want to give a thought about all of the people who tried breaking the siege from the day the genocide started or even before. So, to the Gaza-Flottille and the initiative of the March to Gaza, where now many activists are being held in Egypt. I would like to give the briefing about another group of people who are trying simultaneously to break the siege, but not from air and not from sea, but through land and through buses and cars. And I'm talking about the convoy that started from Tunis, which started its way to Rafah. Unfortunately, there has been some bad news. So after a good start from Tunis and it crossed the Libyan border, it's been now in a couple of days stranded in Libya. And there was still not very consistent news, but we're starting to get the full picture, and there's a statement. So I'm going to use this briefing to just go over what they state. So, since the evening of Friday, June 13, the steadfastness convoy, Sumud convoy, has been subjected to systematic siege that has reached the point of starvation. The authorities in eastern Libya have not only prevented the convoy from advancing toward Sirte, the Libyan city, but have also completely isolated it from the outside world by disrupting communications and internet networks. Yesterday, they escalated their restrictions by preventing the arrival of any supplies of food, water, and medicine to the convoy participants, whose number is close to 1,500. After the security forces yesterday forcibly prevented the arrival of the Al-Fas'a convoy for the As-Sumud convoy, which was organized by some of our Libyan brothers and sisters who support the convoy, the security forces went further in depriving the convoy members of the supplies necessary to continue their sitting on the outskirts of Sirte. This was done by reneging on their promises to us to allow members of the facilitation and regime committee to bring in supplies. Last night, they prevented members of the committee from returning to the camp with the basic needs of the participant. They also prevented about 50 other participants from joining the convoy, which led it to be divided into 3 parts. The first at the original side of the camp, the second a kilometer and a half away with minimal communication between them prevented, and a third in a safe area with the communications networks 40 kilometers away, where a few dozen participants gathered who were prevented from returning to the camp. In addition to the above, the security services pursued and arrested a number of participants in the second part of the camp, alleging that they had uploaded videos insulting the Benghazi authorities. They were not allowed to be accompanied by a lawyer or to contact their families. At least 4 bloggers whose names and nationalities will be provided later. They did the same thing in the main part of the camp. The arbitrariness of the security forces reached the point where one of their members threatened some of the participants with a weapon after they protested the arbitrary arrest of one of them. Okay. So just more details in the statement. So the main point of reading this is to first give you the briefing, and secondly to call to a solidarity with all the people who are now doing the job for us all, trying to break this siege that's been for more than 17 years. People with European nationalities generally have their governments, not always on their sides, but it's even worse when it happens with people from the global south, when there is less scrutiny when it comes to detention and such kinds of stuff. So I call on all of you to show support, and let's hope that this gets resolved fast, but really, if not, really see what we can do to help them, really.
everyone. So we've heard from Stephen Kaposh, who is a Holocaust survivor, and we've also heard from Haim, and let's give them both a round of applause. And Haim is the son of Holocaust survivors, and they are part of this movement of survivors who are saying never again is now, but not in the way Netanyahu says it, and are saying never again for anyone. And so some of them couldn't be here, wanted to be here, and I want to read some messages from them. So the first one is from Gabor Mate, who some of you may know. Hello, and I salute all of you at this Congress, which is in support of freedom, dignity, and justice, the highest Jewish values. 2 days ago, I stood in Auschwitz at the place where almost 81 years to the day, my grandparents stepped off the transport train and were immediately driven to the gas chamber. It was only owing to good fortune that my mother and I were not on the same train with them. We can learn from that horror what happens when we dehumanize people, when we think of them as less than ourselves, when we believe we are more entitled than they are. It is appalling to me how the memory of these tragic events is used today to justify the oppression, dispossession, and mass killing of the Palestinian people. Let us say together, this is not happening in our name. Thank you all. This is a message from Marion Ingram, who is based in Washington, D.C. As a Holocaust survivor and the survivor of the deadliest European bombings during World War II, I am horrified to see what Israel is doing, using methods of killings and destructions in ever-widening areas in the Mideast. And it horrifies me that the resemblance to Germany's goal to make it Juden-free applies to Netanyahu's war against Palestinians. No terrorist organizations can harm Israel as much as it is harming itself with its grotesque brutality of bombings and starvation of Gazans, and especially of the murder and starvation of the children of Gaza. Israel's aim is to rid Gaza and the West Bank of Palestinians, and this horror is wholly supported with bombs and rockets by the USA. Whether Jews are in support of the unprecedented brutality or in active opposition to it, Jews everywhere will pay a heavy burden by guilt of association. Netanyahu's war against Palestinians, the terrible destruction of life and all cultural institutions, is itself a Holocaust. Peace and love, Marion. This is from Suzanne Weiss, who actually, oh, okay. One more, okay. Well, Suzanne Weiss has a video that you can watch on the website. So this one is from Agnes, who is based in London and works with Haim and Stephen. Today I turned 80 years and 6 months young, and I'm a Holocaust child survivor, as well as a voluntary Holocaust researcher. I have been a lifelong Zionist, although for several decades I was critical of Israel's apartheid regime. On Friday, May 2nd, 2025, the Board of Deputies of British Jews issued a call to their members asserting that the weekly London IJAN, which is International Jewish Anti-Zionist Network, protests were anti-Semitic. As a result of this call, the 20 or so IJAN protesters were confronted by about 60 or more Board of Deputy of British Jews protesters who shouted horrendous abuse at the small IJAN gathering, played loud music, danced, sang while we were reading the names of Palestinian children murdered by Israel. This event clarified for me that Zionism now equates with what could be described as fascism. With the genocide in Gaza and elsewhere in Palestine, I had no choice but to convert fully to anti-Zionism. Solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you for being patient. We have 3 more, and we will finish the day.
Hello. I didn't want to speak today, but there is a really important topic that no one talked about, and it's the Gazan refugees in Germany. And every single one of them receives the status of being unclear. On their papers it says unclear, and it never says Palestinian. Like for me, I'm a Palestinian diaspora, and I have the state of stateless because Germany don't accept Palestine as a state, but they get unclear, and because of that, they really get locked in refugee camps for years. I met a disabled man from Rafah, south of Gaza, and he was for 5 years locked in the refugee camp. Not allowed to work, not allowed to move, not allowed to study. He can't do anything. He's just rotting. Like, they are so depressed. And right now there is a young man from Gaza in Ravensburg, where we come from, and he's about to be deported to Greece. And Germany wants to deport him to Greece, even though he's playing football. He was working because he had this permit from Greece. So he was like really being a part of society in Germany because he wasn't a he wasn't a refugee in Germany. And now they took from him that privilege. They took his papers that are Greek. So now he can't work and he can be deported any minute. And this is like Germany is systematically oppressing and discriminating against Gazan refugees even more than they do to normal refugees or to Palestinian refugees. So like we need to really like research that and try to show more solidarity and, I don't know, expose Germany because it's disgusting. They're really treating Gazan refugees so different than even Palestinians. And I mean, we are not treated well. I can't marry my boyfriend since 3 years because the embassy is not even accepting to to accept our papers. Literally, it says on the website, we don't put the stamp on Palestinian papers. But still, I get the state of stateless and I can work and I can live. But the Gazan refugees just rot in camps for years. Yeah, thank you.
So I will be the last statement. With me is Ali, who will give the final words before we can finish the Congress. My name is Martin Weinberger, and I also participated in organizing this Congress, and I want to really thank all the people that came here and made this Congress the success it is now. What I wanted to stress in my statement, my personal statement, is a concretization. A concretization about law and facts and about what is a right and what is politics. It is not our aim, I believe, to execute a right or to demand rights or some judicial corpus, but it's our effort to do politics. And in 1916, it was a man called Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov who wrote about imperialism and about the self-determination of the people. It were the imperial powers that took it to international law and the self-determination of the people. But Lenin's concept was an imperial one, and there was a young Vietnamese guy at the Paris conference, 1918, Ho Chi Minh, who became later Ho Chi Minh, and who proved with the Vietnamese people that a real people's resistance, cannot be defeated. And the same example of a people's resistance against a genocide, against imperialism, we can see in Palestine, in Gaza today. And like Hanafani said, Zionism and imperialism is the same. And we oppose this with the right for self-determination of people. It's a political fight, it's a people's fight, it's a concrete fight, as Ramzi Parut put it. And last point, really fast, about Austrian neutrality. Austrian neutrality is not about being neutral, not taking part. It is a concrete law coming out of the necessity after World War II about giving in to Nazi doctrine, giving up Austrian self-determination. And it were the Soviet Union that demanded it, while Germany took part in the NATO. While Germany weaponized, Austria was kept neutral. So this is the importance of this law. And if you think about it, what it would mean to give this law political life, that is supported by 90% of the people in Austria, if you would give it political life, it would mean that no NATO tank, no airplane could cross Austrian territory, delivering by fact, not by right, delivering by fact weapons to Israel for its genocide. It would not allow, because a member of Austrian government taking part in crossing neutrality law would be severely punished. It would be national treason to cooperate with NATO, to cooperate with the United States, to allow material. And it would combine the fights against imperialist power, the same imperialist power that supports Zionism and its colonial strategy and its genocide, and the same imperialist powers that bring war and cruelty and genocide to the whole of the world.
Ich werde auf Deutsch reden. Ich habe eine kleine Rede vorbereitet. Meine lieben Damen und Herren, mein Name ist Ali. Ich stehe heute hier, weil ich traurig bin. In Gaza sterben jeden Tag Kinder. Jeden Tag. Sie wollen spielen, lachen, zur Schule gehen. Aber jetzt sind viele nicht mehr da. Das israelische Militär hat alles bombardiert. Ihre Häuser sind kaputt gemacht worden. Ihre Familie, ihre Träume, alles ist weg. Kinder mit Namen und mit Wünschen. Jetzt hört man sie nicht mehr, weil sie getötet wurden. Warum? Was haben sie getan? Sie waren nur unschuldige palästinensische Kinder in Gaza. Ich will das alles wissen. Gaza leidet. Die Kinder in Gaza haben Angst. Kein Wasser, kein Essen, kein Schlaf. Nur Krieg. Das ist nicht mehr fair. Kein Kind soll so leben müssen. Keine Kinder sollen sterben. Ich sage, hört auf, lasst Gaza leben. Lasst die Kinder leben und danke für eure Aufmerksamkeit.
Thank you very much for the contributors and your patience and interest. Tomorrow we have a totally different day. It will be a little bit more chilled and more interactive. It's a day about activism. We will publish, I think, on the website the 6 topics that were chosen, but there was a clear favorite 6. I hope you all voted for the topics that you would like to have on the last day. Other than that, we are requested to return all the headphones so that no one needs to collect them. And there is a lot of food waiting to be eaten. So those of you who have managed to stay until now, you are welcome to have dinner. Thank you.
Auch irgendwie online oder als Text?
Nein, es gibt einen Livestream, das ist alles live gestreamt und es werden Videos vorbereitet, einerseits und ausgeschickt über Palästina Solidarität Österreich. Andererseits gibt es diesen Livestream auf YouTube zum Nachschauen.
Can you signal me? And because
Yes.
So you should have got an email.
Pardon?
You should have got an email. There was
Email.
an email.
Okay.
But I don't know when exactly, with the workshops. It's the email that have the information about the venue.
I made the questions because there was
Questionnaire about what workshop.
Yes, yes.
Okay. We still didn't publish the results.
So.
I think it will be on the website.
Palästina Solidarity website. Which
no,
website?
The Congress website.
Congress website.
You know the Congress website?
Yeah. Yes.
It has the same kind of. Put Vienna Antizionist in the search.
Yes, okay. So I'll find it there.
They should put it on the program for Sunday. Yeah?
Sunday, okay.
So when they because there was a space to add topics.
Okay.
So if there is
so
something,
I just show up here when the workshops are.
Yeah, we don't register.
Okay.
We have a session in the morning.
Yes.
With people talking
then,
about all
so I don't have to register for the workshop.
No,
okay. This I would.
We divide it.
Okay.
2, 3.
Yeah. Okay.
And we do it twice.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. So
It was really good for that. Thank you for getting the other guy up on stage.
I mean, I'm part of the I'm part of the challenge of the whole Congress, but if nobody asked me, I was responsible I was presenting this space.
Ah, Stéphane Magnus, appelle.
Ah oui. Manger vraiment quelque chose de noir. Alors, ok.
Quelque chose de bon pour un français normal. Parce que les trucs. Bah bon, les Viennois, ça va exister des trucs comme ça. Sérieux ? Non, mais un truc.